2025 committee meeting of the Richmond County Board of Education. We will start with our building committee. Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you very much. The building committee will come to order. We're missing Miss Abbott, Miss Braswell, and Miss Valentine. But we're going to turn it over to Mr. Baker for his building program update.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Eubanks, committee members, board members, Ms. Stovall, Dr. Cobb. Brief update on Phase 6 and Phase 7. A lot's been going on with the programs. Currently, 18 active projects between the two phases. Issues, 5 quick issues to touch on tonight with all of the schedule challenges in the market in the last 6 to 8 months that we've been part of. It's kind of nice to have 2 victories. I would consider Hepzibah High School field completion for homecoming a victory, and I would also consider the ARC open house a victory. So both contractors are still working on various areas of both those projects, but I thought it was both positive and well received, and kind of nice to take at least 15 seconds and take a step back and say, good products. Yeah, so those are 2 points. Third is, as we've been talking about, but here it is, West Side CTAE project bids on November 4th. So in November, my hope is that we have a successful award recommendation brought to you, but as we've discussed, we've had to be creative with the budgets in order to make the budget work for West Side, so I will also bring to you a budget recommendation for your approval that coincides with that award. But that's exciting. It's a great project, and it's time for us to get moving in construction on that project. Immediately after that, within at least 6 weeks or 2 months at the longest, Butler will be in the same position. We'll bid Butler. We will also need to come up with another creative budget adjustment, which we will bring to you because budgets in Phase 6 are so tight. But those will be the last 2 projects in Phase 6 that we'll bring to closure. So that will be in a very positive time. We can get both those taken care of. Last issue I want to discuss tonight, and I have just a short video to show you, is so we finish some projects and immediately we start talking about another project that's under construction we need to start talking about. So if you can stop right there, Jason. So this is Langford. Down to the right is Walton Way. That brownish-looking building, which will not be the same color when we're done, is the part of Old Langford that we saved. It's not very old, and the inside is in good condition. Those classrooms and labs in there will continue to be classrooms and labs as a part of the overall finished product. So, as you know, Langford is broken out into 2 phases. The first phase, part of ELOST 6. The second phase, part of ELOST 7. 2 separate bids, 2 separate contractors on the site. We're coordinating. So separate crews, but in fact, in the case I'll talk about in a minute, combined efforts, combined crews, more resources. So let's let it run for a little while. So front entrance is the block area with no roof on it that faces Walton Way. That's part of Phase 1 and a little of Phase 2. They're finishing the block work and starting to set the steel. To the right of that are some classroom wings where they've put the roof deck on. Behind that, the block is being completed, if not right now done, and the steel was just delivered, and that will start going up. So roof deck, metal deck, will continue on back. Maybe you can stop there, Jason. So near to us is all of that Phase 1 area, the area that we were able to bid earlier, right before the infamous storm. So we started it and then stopped it for a while, but now we're starting back up again. And the far side where you see those boxes drawn out are actually the foundations of the areas that will start in Phase 2. So there's a lot of effort on the site. The comment about separate forces on the job, but sometimes there's a benefit to that. So when a contractor is building a job, if there was a single GC, a 15 to 18 person masonry crew would be the crew that works the entire project. Well, we have 15 to 18 masons working on phase one, and we have about 10 now, soon to be 15 to 18 that will be working on phase two simultaneously. So we'll have in the 30s out there. That's resources, that's person power, that's units in place. So we're hoping that those resources will help pick up the time from mainly storm impact, some of the permit impact, but you can see a lot of activity going on site. And in the next 60 days, because of that concrete being poured and block going up and steel starting, you'll see a lot of change out there. So some exciting things going on that project. And we'll begin to, if not every month, probably every other month, do just this. Let's see how it looks each month. Remember, we talked about at the turn of the year impact from the storm, permitting issues, and in your report, you'll see that right now we're gearing our focus on an October occupancy for the school, but let's wait till April. Let's see how much we can get done on the project and gauge which month in middle fall that will be. But right now, I'm glad to see those resources going on and production happening. Last comment. Had some good planning meetings end of last week. Facility planning meetings, which allow some of the projects that are in planning and to be in early design to have some decisions and move forward. So that's part of those 18 projects, so a little bit of work going on everywhere. And both programs continue under budget, Mr. Eubanks, and that concludes my brief report. I know you all have a full agenda tonight.
Are there any questions for Mr. Baker, any comments, other than the fact that Richmond was fantastic? That was a great open house.
Glad everyone feels that way.
On behalf of Hepzibah High School, thank you. We had the best time. It poured down rain on us, but the field was beautiful. The kids had the best time. They were so proud to be out there on that brand new field, and they won. So it was a great
Excellent.
night. Thank you.
Excellent. You're welcome. Thank you.
We now have the approval of the new oversight committee member, Mr. Fletcher.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eubanks. You have before you in your package for your consideration the application of Derek Bernard Morgan to become the newest member of the Richmond County Citizens Oversight Committee for Good Schools. Just by way of background, the Citizens Oversight Committee was formed after the passage of the first East Blast for the purpose of advising and assisting the Richmond County school system with the school construction projects authorized by the 1% sales tax. The committee works closely, as do the members, with the deputy superintendent and Jeff Baker as the project manager for our construction purposes, and it's really been very instrumental component of the success of East Bloss and the school construction program. Members of the committee serve at the approval, or with the approval of the Richmond County Board of Education. And as you are probably aware, longtime committee member Thomas Atkins died this past September. Mr. Morgan has been recommended to serve as the replacement for the seat vacated as a result of Mr. Atkins' death. James McRae, I understand, knew Mr. Morgan and suggested him as being a very qualified candidate for the position. He was invited to attend a committee meeting and got to know the committee members, and they all support and endorse his nomination. And as you can see from the application, Mr. Morgan has a very accomplished resume. Has a strong community presence and has been involved with civic and school aspects in the past. He's a graduate of T.W. Josie High School, Morehouse College in Atlanta, and then Montreat College in North Carolina. He's got over 25 years of leadership experience in manufacturing, including positions at Weyerhaeuser, International Paper, and Georgia Pacific. And he'll, as a result, will bring a very great amount of expertise in quality management and processes and operational excellence. He's been involved in a lot of civic boards, including Planning and Zoning in Matthews, North Carolina, Board of Adjustment in Matthews, North Carolina. He's a board member of the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, and he also is a board member of the T.W. Josie High School Alumni Association. He's received some very wonderful awards. He was voted as the Man of the Year of the Charlotte Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi and Volunteer of the Year of the Tabernacle Baptist Church. And as I said, he has the endorsement of the committee. So the administration recommends, the approval of his application as membership. And if that's your desire, then we would need a motion for the appointment of the committee. We need a motion to approve his appointment as member of the Richmond County Oversight Committee.
Are there any questions before I ask for a motion? And before I do, Ms. Abbott and Ms. Valentine have both arrived on the committee. I'd like to have a motion to approve Mr. Morgan for the Planning Committee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously and go to the consent agenda. Next, we have the approval of naming of the new middle school. Ms. Snowberger.
Thank you, Mr. Eubanks. Committee members, board members, Dr. Cobb, I'm here today to seek approval for a name and a mascot for the new middle school site you just saw in the video. I know you share my excitement as you drive down Walton Way and see the progress. I'm sure Dr. Cobb does because she sees it every day. So soon that school site will be filled with energy and enthusiasm for our staff and students. So I look forward to seeing that progress. The new facility is in alignment with our mission and our vision. As we prepare our students for an ever-changing world, we want state-of-the-art facilities that focus on innovation and creativity, and as you see, that is currently in progress. I had the pleasure of working with a committee of community members, school representatives, parents, district leaders, and involving them in an ongoing discussion as we were intentional and thoughtful about the name and mascot for this new location. This process aligns with our strategy map and our goal of enhancing two-way communication with our stakeholders as we foster that community involvement and partnership. So today, our presentation is going to focus on our naming recommendation and the process that we took to get there and the results of our stakeholder input. So first and foremost, I'd like to publicly thank the committee members for their time and their involvement in this process. They were very engaged, very thoughtful, and very intentional about their discussions. And so our committee, as you see on the slide, was a diverse group. We had the pleasure of welcoming several key community figures, including Dr. Donald Davis, who's representing the Tut Alumni Association, Mr. Spivey, you might recognize that name, representing Langford alumni, Mr. Corey Rogers from the Lucy Craft Laney Museum as our historian. We had parents, we had distinguished board members, and district representation, all as a part of our committee process. So this is just a brief timeline of how we came to this recommendation. Our first committee meeting was held on September 4th. During this meeting, members engaged in brainstorming sessions, looked at design boards, referenced the new renderings of the new school, and talked about the geographic features and zones of the new school zones of the new site. On September 15th, Mr. Rogers presented a brief history of the area, discussed surrounding historical significance, generated additional ideas, and the committee spent time narrowing down the selection to the 4 top names and mascots. We then sent a survey to our school stakeholders, to the staff, to the parents, to the students of the current Tut Middle School, which is the school that is combined with those 2 schools, to garner their input on the top name choices and mascot choices. The survey results were then provided to our committee members, who took a final vote to make the recommendation that I bring to you today. This slide shows you the top 4 names that were considered in the survey, as well as the top mascots that were considered. Aviation Middle School was a nod to our strong aviation history in that region of Augusta. Big Oak Middle School references Big Oak Park and the history of the Sand Hills region of Augusta. Garden City Middle School, which pulls Augusta's identity as the Garden City. And Langford Tutt Middle School that blends the name of the two schools that have been combined together. Then we'll be attending that site. For the mascots, they considered the cardinals and hawks, which are native and indigenous wildlife in the area, flying tigers, which is also a nod to the aviation community, and the griffins, which is a blend of a lion and a bird. So if you see the naming survey results on your screen, the top represents the survey results from the Tutt community that is comprised of Langford and Tutt and their results. And then below that is the naming committee vote. On the next slide, you see the same cadence for the mascot choices. The top being the stakeholders and the bottom being the committee members. So based on our outstanding work by the committee and the input received by the stakeholders, I come to you today seeking approval to name the new middle school Langford Tutt Middle School and recommend the mascot name as the Griffins.
Are there any questions or comments? Can I get a motion that we accept the recommendation of the naming committee?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous, and we'll go to the consent agenda.
Thank you.
That concludes the building committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eubanks. Next, we'll move over to the Finance Committee. Mr. Walker, I'm
you,
going
Ms.
to turn it
Stovall.
over to you, sir.
All righty. We have all our members here, I believe, so we'll go ahead and proceed. Our first item is information only. It's fiscal year 2025 general fund year-end budget to actual review, and that would be Ms. Suzanne Lentz. Is she there? She is.
Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Walker, committee members, Ms. Stovall, Dr. Cobb. That one at least? Okay. So we have our mission, vision, and belief statement, and of course, budget is sort of the foundation of some of that. We have to make sure we have our taxpayers in mind, our community in mind when we use our funding, and make sure that those everyone believes that and understands that we're using our taxpayer funds as to the best and brightest use. And making sure we also keep in mind that we are designing fiscally responsible processes and procedures for operational effectiveness. So part of what I want to go through is how we do that upstairs. So looking at some of our financial statistics, in fiscal year 25, we oversaw 38 different federal and state grants. It does not include school nutrition, which has its own caretaker, but those grants did total almost $56 million. Now, we did finish out some of ARP last year, so there is some continuation of those dollars through fiscal 25. Payroll issued over 100,000 payroll checks in fiscal 25, about 4,200 per pay period. And accounts payable issued over 12,000 payments in fiscal 25 with over 25,000 transactions in our procurement system. So those are made up of checks, EFTs, e-pays, and wires. So we have a lot of transactions that are happening upstairs. We also support our schools with their financial endeavors. They have their own school bank accounts, and so we help in their daily processing of those local bank account transactions with responding to questions of bookkeepers and principals. We also help them with their monthly bank reconciliation and those reviews, and then we also assist with their consolidated and general fund budgets and the spending related to those. So we're looking over their consolidated budgets, their general fund budgets, and their school budgets. As you can see, Budget and Finance does manage a high volume of financial activity across the school system. So when we're supporting the schools, that's a lot of what we're doing to help keep the financial piece in check. But talking about fiscal 25 further, when we're looking, kind of look back about, 2 years ago, year and a half ago, and we talked about the fiscal 25 budget, and since then, we've already talked about the fiscal 26 budget, so sometimes they get a little bit mixed up in our memories. But as a reminder, our TRS that year increased from 19.98% to 20.78%. Certified health insurance was continuing its climb. So for certified health insurance, it went from $18,960 to $21,120, and that was state funded through our QBE earnings. We also had a large classified health insurance increase for fiscal 25 at over $5,000 per member, and that was locally funded. Our classroom teacher pay scale, we did address that in fiscal 25, and we increased teacher pay by $5,700, and again, that was locally funded. Our certified pay scale, this was the last of the governor's increases. We saw that in that year, that was $2,500, and that was part of our QBE state funding. We also had the board approved a retention supplement, that one-time $500 payment, which was locally funded, and a step increase for eligible employees, and a classified pay schedule increase of 2%, which was also locally funded. So our budget did aim to maintain a 15% fund balance. While we initially anticipated using fund balance in fiscal 25 due to several factors, and I'll kind of go into those in a second, we were able to increase the general fund balance by $9.8 million, so we had a flip the other direction. When we're looking at the fiscal 25 budget, originally we anticipated a use of fund balance of $9.4 million, with ending reserves about 13%, 12.6%, where we actually ended up, and you can see our revenues exceeded our expectations. Our expenses were less than what our expectations were, so that net resulted in a $9.8 million increase in fund balance, or about 18% in reserves. That increase in revenues was driven by an increase in local funding, or local tax dollars, $4.1 million in additional ad valorem tax collections, additional revenues and investment earnings, and additional indirect costs from our grants, from all those grants I was talking about earlier. From the state side, this one is a little bit of deceiving, but there was a $4 million that we received notice of last month. It was very last minute, of on behalf payments from the state for health insurance. So this is a situation where on paper, the state says that we've given you an on behalf for $4 million for state health to help cover state health. So while there's a revenue, there's also an offsetting expense, so it does zero out on the income statement. We also had $2.4 million in additional QBE earnings at the end of the year. Those were funds that were part of our accrual in July, and it's really because, again, in July of this year, we experienced another very large increase in state health and in TRS. So that shows up in that QBE number. Federally, we recognized 2 years worth of Medicaid reimbursements, and so there was an increase there. And then we also had reimbursements related to Hurricane Helene. Again, we have expenses related to the hurricane, so again, those will offset. So while we see some revenues have increased, some are directly offset by those corresponding expenses. We also came in less than expected on some of our expenditures. Now, I put in there too the percentages of budget, so 99.3%, about 101%, and 103%. Netted all together with those personnel-related expenditures, the salaries, the benefits, and the temporary services, we came in within about $200,000 of our budget, which for this large of budget, I think is a pretty good accomplishment. So we came in pretty close to budget. Some of the things that offset that, again, we have the on behalf in there. We do budget for benefits for all of our vacancies, and so sometimes folks don't take those benefits, and so we did see a reduction in expense related to that. And then the temp services, so when we have those vacancies that are not hitting in salaries and benefits, that's where the temp services picks up the difference. On our operational expenses, they were under budget, about 92% of our actual budget, and a lot of that change in the budget, or that reduction in expense, is because of textbooks, and it's a timing or a decision, part of the decision process. We do make those decision processes related to textbooks very early, so about 16 months before the actual expenditure, and so some of those decisions have changed. Overall, actual expenses were $3 million less than budgeted, so while we increased revenues by that $16.3 million, conversely, we had a reduction of expenditures by $3 million, which resulted in that increase in fund balance. So in summary, fiscal 25 was a year of strategic financial management, careful stewardship of resources, and responsive adjustments to changing needs. Although we anticipated using fund balance, we ended the year in a stronger financial position. These results reflect the dedication and collaboration across departments and our continued commitment to supporting schools, staff, and students through sound fiscal practices. So thank you for your attention and your support, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Lentz. Are there any comments or questions? Yes. Ms. Stovall.
Ms. Lentz, thank you very much for a very detailed presentation. Could you explain the requirement of our fund balance? I know that we hear it said a lot, and I know sometimes some people may not understand what that is. And I know, thanks to Mr. Smith and yourself, when you guys come in for our training, you help us to understand that the state requires us to keep at least 15% because that covers operations. But can you explain exactly what a fund balance is, and is there any penalty for being over that 15%?
So the fund balance is basically over time, our excess of revenues over expenses. And so while we carry that in a fund balance, the state does limit the fund balance to 15% of your expenditures over the course of the year. We've seen a lot of districts have more than that lately because of post-COVID or post-ARP funding. Right now, they haven't enumerated what those penalties might be, although a lot of so we are still trying to keep within the guidelines of the state and keep real close to that 15%. We don't want to overburden our community with taxes and drive up our fund balance, and we also don't want to put ourselves in a fiscally irresponsible position by having too low a fund balance.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. Valentine.
Have all of our grants, are they supplemental? And if so, have any been used as replacement?
So the way that the grants work is they are supplemental and they cannot supplant. So if we have something we should be paying for out of the general fund, and that's the expectation. So if I buy a classroom worth of 20 desks, I can't, and that's the expectation that classroom will have 20 desks, we can't use the grant funds to then pay for some of those desks or the classroom of desks. We can supplement, we can't supplant.
Thank you.
I have a question about the textbook purchases. So if you're saying that we make a decision to buy them 16 months in arrears, and
In advance.
oh, well, I mean,
Yep.
back
Okay.
then, and then we're not going to purchase them until a certain time. That's same thing, different
Yep.
word. If we don't buy them, does that money still remain earmarked for that, or can it be used for something else?
Because of the dollar amount, that would probably we would probably bring that to the board and ask if that's something we can do and do it a budget amendment.
Because it's going to be such a large
Because
amount.
it's such a large amount. But if sometimes they don't know that answer right away because
Right.
those expenditures are made at the end of the year, and it's hard to, you've got changes in the amount of the dollar amounts that the textbooks are going to cost. So again, they're looking at that amount, they might be looking at that in January of '25, but by the time for fiscal '26, but they may not be making that purchase until April of '26.
So
So
what
there
would
could be a
prevent
lot.
us from buying the book that we initially requested or required or approved? Would it be subject change matter, state something
The
happened?
subject matter changes, it could be different makeup of students who are looking for those courses and maybe don't need it. I think a part of it too is they didn't need as many fill-ins, so it could be a number of things.
Okay.
Ms. Lentz and Mr. Walker, just to kind of add, we flipped the process, so it's an estimate.
Right.
It's not that we had a quote that we didn't meet. We estimate based on all the information we have, how much we think we will need. So they'll have to make that decision this winter for next school year. But we don't tell the vendors how much we have budgeted. Like, we work on the cost, and sometimes we're able to negotiate down and spend less than what we have allocated.
Right.
But we used to wait until we had the actual quote in January, February, and then bring that budget and try to buy them on July 1. And the textbooks were never here when the first day of school started. So that's why we have switched over to a best estimate in the budget, but whatever doesn't get spent, it goes back into the general fund.
Now, could it ever
if that
work in
helps.
reverse? In other words, the price goes up, and
Yeah.
we really want that program, and that's what we're going to have to pay?
Yes, and so that's why we try to be really good at that. But if you'll recall, when we adopted science, we actually had to come and ask for a little bit more. And so we pulled a little bit more out of the fund balance to be able to make sure that we had those science kits for every grade level.
It's a little bit of a seesaw sometimes.
It is a little, but we try our best to be as close as we can.
That's good. Mr. Lowry?
Yes, and thank you so much. Could we go back to the last one?
The expenses?
Yes, the last one. I see on some of the items up on the operational, we were under budget, and Mr. Smith maybe can help us with that. During the time when we are planning for the millage rate, and I know that has to be done in, at a certain time of the year, is this also considered where we won't be raising that millage rate, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, it is. So we always, at the time when we're doing that, we don't have the final numbers. So we always try to do our best guess. I don't know if you remember, but when we brought forth the budget recommendation, at the time, we were planning to use fund balance initially. And I come and say, hey, well, it looks like we're trending to maybe not use fund balance and add 1.5 million to our fund balance. So that was what we kind of did as an update of, hey, this is how we're trending now. But then, as you see, once we finalized everything, it ended up a little more revenues come in than expected, expenses a little less than estimated. So we ended up coming in a little bit better than even anticipated back when we were doing the budget.
Okay.
Yep, we
Thank you.
record revenues for those tax revenues for 60 days. So it's all the way through August, and so we don't have all the information while we're in that budget process
Right.
since we're still collecting revenues for so long.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Ms. Lewis, thank you. It's not always easy to understand, but at least y'all have the information available for us.
Clear as mud.
Yeah.
Charlie, I think
Oh, I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Kane
Ms.
had it.
Kane?
Yes, I have a question. In the temp services, we were 1.1 million over budget in school safety and hall monitors, and the same as well as for teachers and parapro services, which were offset by teachers' vacancy and less salary. I can kind of understand how that could have happened, but what are we, I guess, like, let me go to the hall monitors. Is this because hall monitors didn't come to work, or we needed more hall monitors?
Yes, Ms. Kane, I can speak to that. The original budget was for each school to have hall monitors, but we made the decision in the spring to add metal detectors, which increased the need to make sure those metal detectors had specific people as well. And with that priority, it contributed to that budget going higher.
Okay, and that's the same thing that contributed to the school safety, or was that for a different reason?
I think
the time
that is part of this. I think
The
that's
hall
school safety and
monitors
hall
and the-
monitors.
all together.
The hall monitor, both of them are together? Okay, thank you.
That it? All right, well, Ms. Lentz, thanks again.
Thank you.
Good information.
Thank you.
All righty, we'll now move on to our second agenda item. It's our monthly financial reports. Mr. Smith.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll go over this will be for the statement of income, expenditures, and encumbrance. This will be for the 3 months ending September 30, 2025. So our total revenues for the first 3 months of the year was $57,842,000. Our total expenditures were $90,225,000. So starting out the year, we had spent $32,383 more than we had collected, primarily because we have not started collecting our tax revenue yet. So this is why we also need some fund balance reserves to get us through these first few months of the year before those tax collections start coming in. The good news is we have started getting a little bit of money, so that trend should change starting going forward for next month. Next report is our cash and investment report. So as of September 30, total cash in the bank was $23,509,000. Total investments, $23,509,000. Total investments, $312,819,000. So we're up to $336,328,000 total cash and investments. Now, we did have a pretty significant jump in cash and investments this month, and that is due to the sale of our bonds. So you do see new for this month, you see our Phase 7 items, and this is related to our bond proceeds that we sold last month. So that's all our money is now within our investment accounts and within our bank account at the local bank for that. And also of that money, $25,890,000 is restricted as noted within the report. Next up is our general fund change in fund balance. So for the month of September, our total revenues were $20,221,000. Total expenditures, $37,328,000. So our fund balance at the end of September was $42,692,000. Interest earnings on our Georgia Fund 1 account were $95,935. We did have a slight decrease in our interest rate this month. It's at 4.27% for that. And our sales tax collections. So for the month of September, we had collected $4,878,000. That was higher than last September by $228,864. So year to date, we're at $14.8 million, and that's just over $1 million increase over last year at this time. So we got a 7.57% growth in our sales tax collections and title ad valorem. We actually got $960,616, and that was actually $398 less than last year. Cumulative, we're at 2.9 million, so we're about $104,000 ahead on our title ad valorem tax. So we're at a 3.67% growth in our title ad valorem, and that will conclude the monthly financials.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Does anyone have any comments or questions concerning the financials? All right, we'll move on in, and we'll go to item number 3, which is the approval of the October 2025 budget amendments. Again, Mr. Smith.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so for our budget amendment for this month, we do have a new item. It's fiscal 2026 poverty funding. So that is a new item from the state this year. And we actually are going to get just over $2 million for that. And that is a new initiative from the state where they're targeting communities based on their poverty levels and trying to provide additional funding. So we're fortunate enough to get, I say fortunate or unfortunate, but we do get that funding based on our community for that. Now, it is very specific, though. We can't use it on whatever we want to spend it on. There were 7 items of categories that you must spend this additional funding on, which we listed those items there, which were at-risk student intervention, extended summer learning opportunities, transportation, access to advanced coursework, post-secondary readiness, access to opportunities, and equipping teachers. Now, internally, we have discussed, right now our plan is we're going to use that fund for summer learning opportunities for elementary and middle school is what we are targeting and planning to use that additional $2 million for. Another item we have within there is our Title I School Improvement Literacy Support Coaches. Now, we did get this grant last year, but we didn't initially budget for it because we wasn't sure we were going to get it again since we didn't get full school improvement funding last year. But we were awarded that grant again, so we did add that back to the budget. That's $1,350,000. And for Title I, we have gotten our final allocation on that, so we're just adjusting our previously approved budget to what the final approved amount was for Title I, which is $19.8 million in total funding for Title I. And that will conclude our budget amendments for October, and we're asking for approval for those.
Okay, are there any questions or comments before I call for a motion for approval? Ms. Boyd? Oh, I thought
He
you.
answered my question, actually. I was about to ask where were the 7 categories, where were we gonna put funding? So that's my question.
Summertime learning.
Summertime.
All right, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion for approval.
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Smith, that will pass for you, and we'll take that to the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
The last item under Finance Committee this evening is a bid for RFQ 25-188 Garrett Gym Flooring Refurbishment. Mr. Smith.
Thank you so much. We do have a bid for redoing the Garrett Gym floor. This is funded from our general fund. We did allocate some capital funds to do this renovation. We budgeted $110,000. We sent out the bids. We had 4 vendors submit bids for that. We had an evaluation team that evaluated the bids, and they are recommending Success Sports Surfacing to do that work. The total cost of that project is $101,750 for that, and that's who we are recommending for that award.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Valentine.
Do we have any other schools that are in need of this same request as far as repair?
Yeah, we had some additional items in the budget. I don't have that with me unless Mr. Glenn Todd happens to have it off the top of his head, but I don't have that right off the top of my head.
Up now.
I can get that for you if he may have that. There were a few capital projects we did budget for this year.
Thank you.
Gym is a larger area than most of the other elementary school gyms, and so it exceeded a purchasing threshold, and that's why we bring it before the board. The others fell below that normal purchasing threshold. I don't have the names of those schools, the other 2 that we're doing off the top of my head, but I'll text them in just a minute to Charlotte.
Okay, and that's the normal process if it's over a certain threshold?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
$50,000 is our threshold. So if it's $50,000 or below, we don't have to bid it. We just get quotes and
And
go
I
from
will
that.
point out that the city bears half of the cost for all expenses at Garrett.
Thank
Because they use that in coordination with Warren Road Community Center.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Todd.
I had one.
Oh. Y'all are getting by me.
Sorry, Mr. Todd or Mr. Smith, the 9, the 10, the 7 are these months? What are these numbers on the chart? Just so I can make sure I'm understanding.
This is a matrix by which we judge vendors. If we have, in this case, 4 vendors offering services, we go through their proposals and give them scores based on these different items in the matrix, so that we aren't necessarily locked into the low price bid and we get the best value for the taxpayers of Richmond County.
Thank you.
Mr. Eubanks.
Todd, would it be appropriate for us to put on these matrix, local vendor line?
Yes, sir, we can establish the matrix any way we like. Success Floor Sports Servicing has done most of our gym refinishing for the last
Right.
several years.
And I just think that we ought to give some preference to local if we can. And I don't know whether that's appropriate or not.
Agreed.
Would y'all think about that?
First, local vendors?
Right.
Yeah, I think we've discussed that. We generally try to give our local vendors, but I'm just looking at the scoring metrics is so wide, I can pretty much see why we was moving in that direction. But yeah, I definitely have local preference. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Well,
I think this had been an issue before, and I was under the impression, unless I'm wrong, that the state said we had to go with the lowest bidder. So if,
You can do
even
it.
though we would like to give it to our local vendors, if they're not the lowest bidder, kind of ties our hands.
Do we want
Do
to,
say we're okay to that.
let me, if y'all don't mind, can we finish this bid? I mean, okay, if we needed to get into a different conversation about what the bid requirements are for local vendors or how we view them, I think we probably could do that at a separate time.
I think we addressed that when we raised the bidding threshold
Yeah.
a couple of years ago to allow local vendors to have the opportunity to bid. So I trust that the staff that we have leading this process has done their due diligence and keeping us within the confines of the law.
And I would tend to agree. All right, so we're asking for the bid approval here.
To approve?
Second.
We've got a motion to approve and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that will also go to the consent agenda, and that will end our Finance Committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Next, we'll move over to the Human Resources Committee. Ms. Kane, I'm going to throw the ball in your hands.
The Human Resource Committee will now come to order. All members are present. Approval of the monthly superintendent's personnel recommendations. Dr. Shepherd.
Good afternoon. I am asking for approval for the monthly superintendent's recommendation list.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Are there any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That can go to the consent agenda. Approval of the revised Director of Internal Auditing job description. Dr. Shepherd.
Thank you. I am asking for approval for the revised Director of Internal Auditing job description. In addition to financial audits, this updated job description includes operational and academic functions.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Are there any questions?
I did have a question, Dr. Shepherd. Everything in yellow, we don't have the prior description, so I just want to make sure. So everything in yellow was added?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That can go to the consent agenda. We will have approval of the revised District Family Engagement Specialist job description. Dr. Shepherd.
Thank you. I am asking for approval for the revised District Family Engagement Specialist job description. This is a grant-funded position. The majority of the revision is to add the classified employees with qualifications to apply. They can be equally impactful in this position.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? It's been moved and properly second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We will have approval of the deputy. Dr. Shepherd, thank you.
Thank you.
That should be it. We will now have approval of the Deputy Superintendent of School Improvement and Strategic Initiative, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Dr. Tommy Welch, if you could please stand. All right, tonight I bring before you Dr. Tommy Welch. He is currently serving as the Chief Culture and Community Officer for the Lovett School in Atlanta, Georgia. He was a teacher in Gwinnett County, an assistant principal, and principal in Gwinnett County, where I would note he was also honored as Principal of the Year for the state of Georgia and finalist for Principal of the Year in the nation. He then served as Chief Equity and Compliance Officer in Gwinnett and is currently working as Chief Culture and Community Officer for the Lovett School while also serving as a principal coach at the Atlanta Public Schools. He has a BA in History from the University of Buffalo, his Master's of Art in History from University of Buffalo, and his PhD in Ed Leadership from Mercer University. So it's my pleasure to make a recommendation, Dr. Tommy Welch as Deputy Superintendent of School Improvement and Strategic Initiatives.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded by 3 people. Are there any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Dr. Welcher. We look forward to working with you.
Welch.
Welcome to Richmond County. And is your family here? And would they please stand? Okay. And we'll see you back at 6 o'clock. We will now have, okay, let me make sure I got this right.
We're on number 5.
Yeah, number 5, okay. Approval of the District Improvement Specialist, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you. If Dr. Shonda Sproul will please stand. All right, tonight I bring before you Dr. Shonda Sproul. She's currently serving as principal at Richmond Hill Elementary. Dr. Sproul has served as a teacher at Prince George's County in Virginia, a teacher here in Richmond County, an administrative intern, an assistant principal, and then a principal at Glen Hills Elementary before becoming principal at Richmond Hill K-8 and opening our new school, Richmond Hill Elementary, where she currently serves. She has her degree from Spartanburg Methodist College, University of South Carolina, her master's in curriculum and instruction from American Intercontinental University, her EDS in educational leadership from Valdosta State, and her doctorate in educational leadership from Valdosta State. So it's our pleasure to make a recommendation for Dr. Shonda Sproul to serve as the District School Improvement Specialist. I do want to note, if approved, that her position as principal, we will post that. She will stay right where she is until we have an opportunity to post, interview, and hire.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Dr. Sproul. We look forward to working with you in your new position. And is your family here, and will they please stand? And we will see you back at 6 o'clock. Approval of the Gracewood Elementary School Principal.
6.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bel Air.
Approval of the Principal of Bel Air Middle School. Dr. Cobb?
Thank you, Ms. Kane. If Ms. Risha Sturgis, I combine your name, would please stand. All right, Ms. Sturgis is currently serving as the assistant principal at Bel Air Middle School. She has served as a program director for the Boys and Girls Club, a teacher and instructional coach at Morgan Road Middle School. She was the assistant principal of Bel Air K-8 and assisted in the move over to open up the brand new Bel Air Middle School. She has a bachelor in English from Claflin University, her master's in English from Troy University, and her EDS in curriculum and instruction from Augusta State University. It is our pleasure to make a recommendation today for Ms. Risha Sturgis as principal of Bel Air Middle.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any questions? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Ms. Sturgis. We look forward to working with you in your new position. And is your family here? And if so, would they please stand? We will now have approval of Gracewood Elementary School Principal, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Dr. Catherine Harrington, will you please stand? All right. It's our pleasure to recommend Dr. Catherine Harrington. She's currently serving as the assistant principal at Barton Chapel Elementary School. She was a teacher here at Glen Hills Elementary. She was an instructional coach at Gracewood Elementary before moving to Windsor Spring Elementary. She was the assistant principal at Jamestown Elementary. She's been assistant principal at Jenkins White Elementary and currently serving the community of Barton Chapel. She has her BS in Business Information System and Business Management from Albany State, her master's in teaching early childhood from Augusta State, her EDS in teaching and learning from Augusta State, and her PhD in educational leadership from the University of Georgia. It's our pleasure to make a recommendation tonight for Dr. Catherine Harrington as principal of Gracewood Elementary School.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Are there any questions? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Dr. Harrington. We look forward to working with you in your new position, and is your family here, and would they please stand? See you back at 6 o'clock as well. We will now have, for information only, induction teacher support, Dr. Shepherd and Ms. Saunders.
Thank you very much. Ms. Saunders and I will be presenting this evening on support for our induction teachers to include our non-traditional teachers. I want to start off by a focus on the belief statement, success is attainable for everyone. We fully believe that with the right support in place, our induction teachers can be very successful in the classroom. If you look at our strategy map, the focus of today's presentation is on talent development. I would like to start by discussing a little bit about our non-traditional teachers. Some people refer to these teachers as a provisional teacher, a waiver teacher, or sometimes a non-certified teacher. I do want to clear up a misconception. This group of teachers do have a Georgia PSC certificate. They're working towards their next level certificate, but they are a certified teacher. Just some history that these teachers have been around since the beginning of classrooms. In 1991, Georgia PSC made the decision to formalize these type of teachers due to the many that were across the state. They wanted to ensure that the quality was there and we were consistent across the counties in the state. The general requirement for these teachers is a bachelor's degree. In our system, we like to look at what their degree field is in and try to match them in something that is similar to what they are teaching in. An exception, of course, is the CTAE. They only have to have an associate's degree, but they do have to have in-field experience with a minimum of 2 years. Why do we do this? It's really more than just addressing the teacher shortage that we have today, because we've had these teachers in place forever. The main really important thing to note is that it expands our talent pool, and it also supports our community and our local workforce. I'm just going to give 2 brief examples. For an example, you have a welder in the community who has worked for us, and they have 10 years of welding experience. What better person to put in a classroom than someone who's been in the field and is actually going to teach our students how to weld? Another example is our high school math classes. Sometimes that is a hard area to fill with a certified professionally math teacher. This type of certified teacher can go into the classroom and they may have an advanced degree in math, so they have a strong content knowledge to support the students in those classrooms. Next slide, please. I wanted to share just briefly a little bit about our data. Currently, right now, we have 26% of our teachers that are non-traditional. This is a decrease from what we normally see. We normally see anywhere between 32 to 36%. So that trend downward is really something that we are excited about, that hopefully more people are going into the field to teach students. At this time, we only have 4 schools that have 50% or higher of non-traditional teachers, with the highest being at 66%. Some that have been around for a little bit, if you can remember, even as early as 3 years ago, you saw a higher percentage in our CSI schools. Specifically, some were sitting at 75%, and we had a couple that were at 98%. The HR team has worked really hard with the principals to ensure that we balance that across the system. So it's balanced as closely as we can get it. One of the reasons is for a non-traditional teacher to be successful, something that's very important is that they have a professional, certified, experienced teacher next to them that is supporting them also with the work that we're providing in professional learning and in HR. I do want to share that in our system, we have a 3-year certification plan. Now, we are a strategic waiver school system. This is not a requirement, but we've decided in our system is our goal is for all of our teachers become professionally certified. In some systems, they either do not have a plan, they can continue on that route throughout their career. Some systems, you may see a 5-year plan, a 2-year plan. We develop a 3-year plan. We follow the guidance of Georgia PSC. That's the recommendation, because that's how long it takes for this type of teacher to begin their teaching. They have a lot on them as they're learning to teach, and they're also trying to earn their certification. I will point out, you'll see the GACE content assessment in all 3 years. The expectation is that they do take it each year. Sometimes they have to take it more than once, but also sometimes what happens, depending on the college that they attend, some colleges will recommend wait till your 2nd or 3rd year to take it, and some expect them to take it their 1st year. So that's why that's on there 3 times. But our goal and expectation is every non-traditional teacher will earn their next level of certification at the end of 3 years. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about what HR does to support, and Ms. Saunders is going to come up with the PL support piece. Our team has monthly certification meetings with this group of teachers. We also hold one-to-one support meetings. Sometimes that does include the principal. Sometimes it includes the instructional specialist. It's just a small group that meets with this teacher one-on-one to make sure that we are providing support that we can as they're trying to earn their certificate. One of the big things is the financial burden that it puts on our teachers. We strive and work really hard to try to support them. We do have 2 scholarships through Augusta University and Georgia Tap. We also have a college fair. This is a partner fair that we do with all of our neighbors. Our neighbors in the CSRA and around us, we all have non-traditional teachers in our school system. So we come together and we have a college fair so our teachers can visit the different colleges to determine which is their best fit for them. We also are constantly trying to look for grants, and once we find grants and get information about grants, we send that information out to them. So hopefully they will apply for grants and get that assistance. I do want to add the Department of Labor, to support our community workforce, offers a registered apprenticeship program. This program supports and helps them pay for their education also, so we support them with making sure they have this information. We'll help them apply for the program, whatever we can do to help them be successful and attain the funding that they need to support their education. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Saunders, and she's going to go into a further detail about how we support our induction teachers, which includes our non-traditional teachers.
Our district's induction and mentoring program provides a comprehensive system of support to ensure every new teacher thrives from the start. The graphic on the screen is a depiction of our induction and mentoring program. We were intentional in developing a network of support, connecting the district, school leaders, and teacher leaders, ensuring that every new teacher receives consistent, high-quality guidance to improve instruction, confidence, and teacher retention. Administrators at each school build a school-based mentoring team. This includes a lead mentor, mentors, and guides. These team members are experienced teachers who help new teachers adjust, grow, and thrive. The professional learning facilitators for teacher quality, that's our district level of support team, provides professional learning, instructional resources, and one-on-one coaching to both the school mentors and induction teachers. They make sure everyone is aligned with district expectations and best instructional practices for supporting new teachers. Induction teachers, both those that are new to the profession and those that are new to our district, are then paired with mentors and guides who support them throughout the year through classroom visits, mentoring, and professional learning. Our new Teacher Academy, based at every school, provides monthly professional learning just for first-year teachers. Each session is led by the school lead's mentor in collaboration with administration and focuses on practical, classroom-ready strategies teachers can use right away. It also gives new teachers a supportive space to connect, share experiences, and learn from one another. Each month, our teacher quality team leads professional learning for induction teachers, which is focused on best instructional practices. It's a chance for new teachers across the district to learn, collaborate, and grow together. And lastly, each month we highlighted an outstanding induction teacher from every cluster through our Want to Watch recognition. Nominated by our professional learning facilitators, these teachers are celebrated for their growth, commitment, and impact in the classroom. It's a simple but powerful way to boost morale, show new teachers they're valued, and encourage them to keep growing in our district. Through professional learning, intentional support, mentoring, and recognition, our goal is to build confident, effective teachers who will make a lasting difference for our students and schools. Any questions?
Yes.
She's first. They're
Oh, I'm just.
3 questions.
Okay, let's
Wow.
start. Just drifted off.
Go ahead, Miss Abby.
Because I was like, okay.
Thank you, ladies, for that. That was super helpful. I appreciate it very much. And as a former first-year teacher who was lucky enough to have a mentor that allowed her to crawl under her desk and boohoo, I do know how important mentors are. Can you tell me a little bit the difference between a mentor and a guide and what each of those do? That was a little...
Okay. For our mentors, they are assigned to teachers that are new to the profession. Guides are ones that are for support teachers that have already taught, but they're new to our district. Okay. So their support is a little different. And we also are able to provide a stipend for our mentors, and so their load is a little heavier. But we always want to have somebody who's new to the district. You have to learn the Richmond County way. So we have that guide there to provide that support.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Valentine and then Ms. Boyd.
What are some of the outcomes you've seen since implementation of this process?
Our network support?
Yes.
Oh, well, we've seen positive results from it. We have our new teachers always saying that thank you for having someone to be there. Last year, it was brought to our attention that our second and third year teachers, new teachers, our induction teachers felt like you helped us the first year. What about the second and third? So we've been very intentional this year to make sure we provide support for our second and third years. And so principals have the autonomy, if they have a second or third year teacher that they want to be a part of that new teacher academy, they can provide them a mentor as well. So we have seen some positive results.
Are we seeing an increase in those that stay? We know the longevity of new teachers. Sometimes they leave the profession, but with the implementation of this process, are we retaining?
I would say so. I would think we are retaining. I think the attrition could be due to a lot of different reasons, but one thing they can't say, they didn't get support.
Great, thank you.
And you can, Dr. Shepherd can speak more about that.
Our retention rate is increasing. We watch it and we monitor it. I'm going to be very transparent. The group right now that we're trying to focus on is those are about 5 or 6 years. They're certified, and those are the ones that sometime will leave us, and that's part of our retention plan. So we're really trying to work on supporting all of our teachers and ensuring that we can retain that group.
Thank you.
Ms. Boyd.
For the new teacher induction, when you brought up best practices, and I think you said something about practical classroom, what type things are they shown?
Well, it's from classroom management. You would be amazed when somebody's new to the profession, just standing at your door, greeting your students, calling parents, giving them those tried and true strategies that help build rapport, not only with your students, but with the parents. So those are some of those, what we call low-hanging fruit, things that can make a difference. We also talk to them about building relationships with their students. And so those are some, but a lot of their support they really need is with instruction. But we started at the new educator orientation for those new hires. We're trying to support them and give them some tools and strategies that they can be successful, but we know how it is. That's in the very beginning. Once you get students in front of you, we have to circle back around and show them how to then implement it as well. but it's some of those things like that.
Okay, that was going to be my question. Where they getting guidance on like lesson plans, some of the formulas?
Oh, yes,
creating
ma'am.
them?
Yes, ma'am. They're getting help not only through the professional learning department with our teacher quality. We collaborate a lot with teaching and learning. So we are very consistent in connecting those dots so teachers can see how what we do and support them aligns with what teaching and learning does around that curriculum. The teams that are a part of the teacher quality, we collaborate with them. They are familiar with the curriculum. We are in lock and step with the instructional framework, all those things.
Okay, and then my last question was, I know the slide said opportunities because things happen. Is there a log or something that's kept to say this teacher had 3 professional learning while they were in new teacher induction phase? Or is there anything that's kept to say, to ensure they are getting them? Because I noticed it said opportunities, and I'm thinking that's because things happen. They can't attend all 8 or however many were on the
Yes,
slide.
ma'am. We're able to track what teachers are coming to our PL sessions, and we're also able to track those that do not. And we can have those conversations with their administrations when we're in the schools with them, supporting them. We can say, hey, principal, I need your help in helping us get this teacher to the additional support that they need outside of the workday. Or we may push in into it, because sometimes their schedules are not one where they can do it, so we find a way to push into it. And that's why we have that new teacher academy, because it's job embedded, it's on site. So, because everybody's schedule is not as flexible
Right.
with that. But we're all logging, and when we find that there's a gap, we're always saying, hey, here's your support. And so we try to meet the teachers where they are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If we have, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
We have one more question.
Are there any incentives once certification occurs for our teachers? And if so, can you explain to everyone what those are?
We technically don't, right now, do not have an incentive, but we do, thankfully to all of y'all, we do bring them in front of the board. In the last 3 years, we've had almost 200 come in front of you to earn their professional certification. For them, when you talk to them, the biggest incentive is their achievement and their increase in pay to the professional pay scale. So that's really exciting for them.
The
And
incentive
I always,
is right there.
I always tell them, when you earn that first check, the difference, go spend it on yourself because you've earned it. You really need to do something for yourself. So those are the type of things that we.
Okay, we're going to move along. Ms. Fletcher, we're going to have approval of the revised policy GARH, employee leave and absences.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Kane, committee members, board members, Dr. Cobb. If y'all recall, back in August, one of the many policies we brought before y'all was policy GARH, which is regarding employee leaves and absences. And the impetus for this change was House Bill 235, which is regarding the Supporting Living Donors Act. The legislature, I think, wanted to encourage public school employees and educators, if they wanted to donate bone marrow or an organ for their days that they were out, to be without a loss of pay. So we modified our policy GARH to allow for that. So the policy's been on the books for the public to review for 30 days, actually almost 60 now. And so we come before you tonight seeking final approval, if it is your will, to policy GARH regarding employee leaves and absences.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second, but before we vote, I have a question. The military leave falls up under that, well, I call it a regulation or guidance, GARH. Will the military leave fall up under that?
Yeah, well, that does not fall under, when you say under that, it's not involved in these changes, but our policy does address that required military leave.
Okay, 'cause
So
I
don't know if, would you like for Mr. Parker to bring up the?
Well, the reason why I asked is because in the packet, it showed that section right there under the military leave. And I noticed it said 18 days, that employees are granted 18 days for military leave, which, from my knowledge, if you're just a reservist and you're doing your annual training, it's going to be about 14 days, give or take. But we did not address the part where you have some of your military that are reservists that are now for whatever reason, will extend their reserve time. And I know one time we had a big mess about with that happening. And I do feel that we do need to address that because you do have a lot of reservists now that are going on active duty for 6 months to a year and some even longer expecting to come back to their job, but we didn't address it.
No, thank you for that. And I recall the situation of which you're speaking. And I know that we made changes to this policy after that. But at any time, we can review to make sure that the policy is in line with what the law states. And to my knowledge, it is, but totally open to revisiting that.
If you don't mind, if I can add, what you are referring to falls under our FMLA. That type of leave falls under that leave, and we have it under there. Yes, for an extended military leave.
Why would that fall under?
That's just,
Okay, that's weird.
wish I could explain it to you, because it is an extended leave above and beyond this piece of leave. I can share that with Charlotte, and she can, if y'all would like that information, she can send that out.
I mean, yeah, I think it's worth knowing because I just find it strange. We have military leave, it's military leave. Military leave should be up under military leave, not under FMLA. So, okay, if you would share that, Charlotte, I appreciate it.
Yeah, but if it's okay, we can go ahead and get approved the donor changes, and then we can always revisit the military leave section to bring that back. Any changes that we make, of course, we'd have to put back out for another 30 days
Yes.
for review. But we didn't get any feedback on these changes. If we could adopt this part right now, and then Ms. Kane, we could bring that back after we do a little more research.
I saw it, I asked a
Yeah.
question.
Yes, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We will now have approval for the revised policy GBRIB, professional personnel sick leave. Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you, Ms. Kane, committee members, board members, and Dr. Cobb. If y'all recall, back at the committee meeting in September, we brought to you some proposed changes on the professional personnel sick leave. And at that meeting, it was the will of the board to remove the portions of the policy the proposed policy we drafted regarding a sick leave bank. But we did leave in and institute a direct donation option so that employees may choose a specific employee to which they might donate their sick days. So that you'll see that piece is left in there. In addition, we made changes to make the policy more employee-friendly. For example, the previous policy had a requirement that the donation of days had to be an employee, quote, of similar pay status. We found that to be somewhat confusing and too restrictive, so we removed that language, and so now employees can donate to any other employee regardless of their classified, certified, or any other status. So just like the other one, this one has been available for public review for over 30 days, and there were no public comments received during that time. So if it pleases the board, we come to you tonight to seek final approval of the changes to policy GBRIB regarding professional personnel sick leave.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? I'm sorry, are there any questions? If not, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That ends the Human Resource Committee. Ms. Wiggle, if you will move the appropriate items to the consent agenda.
Thank you very much.
The Human Resource Committee.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kane. And just for the record, Madam President had to step out just for a moment. Our next committee, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. We'll start our instruction committee. We have a couple of items under instruction this evening. We'll start off with, there she is. Ms. Mathis is going to give us some information only on the new ELA standards.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walker, Instruction Committee members, Ms. Stovall, and Dr. Cobb. Today, I will share with you information about Georgia's K-12 English Language Arts standards and the new assessment of those standards. This presentation aligns with our strategy map in the area of student achievement and demonstrates how we are preparing every student to thrive, adapt, and lead in the ever-changing world. During this presentation, we will cover the implementation timeline, key design updates to the assessments, frequently asked questions, why these changes matter, administration details, resources provided by Godot, and how we are preparing the teachers and the students. Here we have our implementation timeline. The state board adopted the new standards in May of 2023, and we are now in the 2025 school year where we are continuing with our professional learning as we are implementing the new standards and preparing for the new assessment, which will be administered this spring. For the new assessment, we have a few key design updates. There's now a focus on multimodal literacy. So how many of you enjoy watching podcasts, listening to an audiobook, maybe looking at an infographic like you saw earlier, as opposed to just reading traditional text? That's what multimodal literacy is. So on the new assessment, all of the students will listen to a short video and they will have closed caption for that video to engage them with multimodal text. In addition, they've updated some item types. They are removing the 4-point narrative writing prompt and the 2-point constructed response. They are increasing the use of technology-enhanced items. So you'll see on the screen where they're going to have like boxes. They can check which source they're using. They'll use drop downs. They can highlight within the item types. So it's not just a multiple choice test anymore. The redesign and structure of Section 1 is a pretty big change. They will now focus on research and analysis. So as you heard, that 4-point narrative is being removed. It's not really applicable to today's world. So now the students will focus on research and analysis, and the task will be argumentative based. Only grades 3, 5, 8, and the EOC, which is now in 10th grade, will actually write. Grades 4, 6, and 7 will engage in a peer review task. The state has released a frequently asked questions document, which has been very helpful to help answer some questions along the way as we prepare for this new assessment. One of those I would like to highlight is the GUM chart. So GUM stands for Grammar, Usage, and Mechanics, and they will be assessed on the skills that they are required to master and reinforce in those grade levels. For periods and movements, there will not be a specific period and movement tested on the assessment. For example, they don't have to have read Romeo and Juliet in order to answer the questions, or they don't have to read a certain myth. They will not be assessed in that way. Finally, handwriting and cursive. So while they are standards for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, they will not be assessed on the Georgia milestones. They will also not have to read anything in cursive. So why do these changes matter? These changes will enhance student engagement by providing authentic experiences with less text to read and more innovative question types. For teachers, the assessment will be closer aligned to the instruction that they are providing and the resources that have been released to support the new standards, as well as continuity between the language of the standards and the language utilized in the question stems on the assessment. Here we have a few administration details. Grades 3 through 8 will take the new Georgia milestones in the spring of 2026. The students will not be given a retest because their scores won't be back in time. For high school, 10th graders who are taking Literature and Composition 2 will take the end of course assessment. As I said, the scores won't be back, so therefore the state has provided a waiver for student promotion for grades 3, 5, and 8. So they will not be retained based on Georgia milestone scores. If a student is not performing on grade level for reading, other data points can be utilized for those retention meetings. Finally, for CCRPI, the ELA scores will contribute to CCRPI in the areas of content mastery, progress, and at or above grade level for reading. They will not contribute to progress for the GAA or for closing the gaps. The state has provided us with a wide variety of resources. So you see this nice long list here. Every week and month, they continue to put out more and more as they continue that development. Just this past month, a second practice resource for the Georgia Milestones Assessment was just released. And this week, my team and I are engaging with the Godot Department of Ed on how to use the resources to support our teachers with this new assessment. The very last item down there, the webinars and the professional learning, those have been so valuable in helping the teachers, my team, and even parents. Anyone can log into the webinars and they're offered monthly. Preparation for teachers and students. So we have continued our professional learning. We did a really deep dive this summer where the teachers came in, and then we continued July 29th and most recently on October the 10th. Our next and final district PL day will be February 13th. During the professional learning time, we've highlighted that long list of Godot resources you've seen. We've really spent time with the teachers going through the resources that are available and ensuring that they're able to use those resources to make an impact in their classroom instruction. As I mentioned, those webinars, they're called Let's Talk Georgia's New ELA Standards and Let's Talk Georgia Assessments. And for the standards, they actually break it down for both leaders and teachers. So even though they might not be able to log on live every month, the webinars are recorded and they're available for everyone in the Inspire platform. Finally, we're working with teachers to ensure that they are completing a data analysis of their DRC Beacon data for those schools who administered it in October, and then all schools will administer the DRC Beacon in the spring. For students, we are providing consistent Tier 1 instruction using high-quality instructional materials. For students who need a little bit more support, they are receiving Tier 2 interventions. We are ensuring exposure to multimodal text, which isn't hard. That's how we keep them engaged. That's what they want to do, watch the short videos. And then finally, we do have the DRC Beacon Assesslets, which is basically just a mini practice test. So during this presentation, we've covered the timeline, key design updates, frequently asked questions, why these changes matter, administration details, resources, and then how we are preparing. Thank you.
Ms. Mather, that's very comprehensive. That's a lot to digest. Ms. Abbott, yes.
Can you go back to slide 7 for me real quick, please, if you don't mind? Perfect. Thank you so much. And this is great. I love this. And I love that you added the resources. So thank you so much for that. So grades 3 through 8, so they're going to take their ELA milestones. We're not going to get the scores back in time because it's a new assessment. They're going to be, even if they fail it, they're going to be promoted. Do we have in place for the children who don't do well on it? So if they get promoted from 5th grade to 6th grade, do we have a plan in place, since we don't have the catch-up of the reassessment, to make sure that we're moving them along? What I don't want to have happen is a kid get promoted to 6th grade, and then from then on, their ELA is just, kind of out.
Yes, so we will have other data points available. So the students are taking iReady 3 times a year, so we'll have that data point along with the assesslets. The DRC Beacon will tell us where they are performing, if they're on target, if they're near target, or if they're well below target. So we'll be able to use the data points to help identify. It should not be a shock if a student is not going to pass the exam. And then, as you heard earlier, we will have those summer school opportunities available. So just because we won't have their Georgia Milestone score doesn't mean we won't have data to support the need for summer school and intervention for those students.
I just want to make sure that we close any cracks that we might lose a child through. The second question, so with the literature and comp 2, so will their EOC count? Or is their EOC also kind of like a test?
It is waived as well.
It's
So they will
waived.
have their exam. So they'll use their exam grades as they go through, but it won't count for this year.
Okay, and then the same thing, let's just, anything we need to do to just kind of fill in any cracks. And then this is gonna sound kind of odd. So as a mom, and I'm trying to help my kid, like proofread and look at their essays, I'm hearing, we don't do 5-paragraph essays anymore. We don't do the hamburger method anymore. And I get that, and we're moving. Is there an opportunity or is there a resource for a parent who is used to writing an essay very deliberately and very structured so that we can help our kids at home? Is there something that we can push out to the parents?
Yes, absolutely. So on one of the previous slides, I do have that link for the resources. And they have within Godot Inspire, it is a few clicks. So if you ever need help, just reach out to me and I can help you get there. But what they have available is a study guide and an assessment guide. So within that study guide, once you make it all the way in, they have about 12 to 15 student writing samples already available so that you as a parent and our teachers, they can see what writing they're looking for, what level is. So you can see what a full credit writing looks like and what a writing piece that might not receive full credit, but some other points, what that example looks like as well. So the teachers went through the writing samples on October the 10th. So you have access to them as a parent, but if you would like me to send you some directly, I can do that as well.
Well, I think it might be good if at one of our Title I meetings, or
Yes.
if even if we do just send at the start of the year, send a sample out to the parents, because many people like me were taught, like, you have to have your beginning, your end, and then for us, when your kid says, no, we don't have to do it, yes, you do. So we want to make sure that we provide opportunities for our parents to assist their children. And we don't want it to be combative against what they're learning in school and then what we're saying, no, that's not how you do, that kind of thing. So just any way that we can kind of get that information out to the parents, I think would be great.
Yes,
Thank you so much. I
absolutely.
appreciate it.
Welcome.
And I believe we're on the same wavelength with that. I was going to ask, is it under our SLDS, under our quick links? Is there a way that it can be connected there so that parents can access it in the
Yes,
portal?
we can add the link. Unfortunately, what happens within their platform is there's no direct link to the resource that will hold. So you have to go through a variety of clicks to get there, but I can share some directions for those clicks and make sure that we get that added. Also maybe to the parent page, work on getting that added so that it's easier to find those resources.
And my last question is in regards to our students with special needs. For our IEPs, are we updating those accommodations and modifications in the segmented hours to include the multimodal?
Yes. So for special education specifically, as you're looking at those accommodations, many of them would remain the same as they're engaging with those texts. They will be provided headphones and they will be able to listen the same way they get their accommodations, like their read aloud. So for their videos, they'll have closed caption. For their classroom instruction, I can meet with the special education team to ensure that they are including those specific items as needed.
That's good, because multimodal in that tool itself, it's just like a calculator, is only as good as the user. So in order to make sure our students are getting the best, we want to make sure it aligns with what's in their IEP. And if they're able to actually use the tool, just having it available doesn't mean they can make really good progress.
Yes, we'll work with them.
She's done.
Okay. Peer revision test. Sorry, I don't remember the slide. It may have been 2, but I'm assuming that's one student will critique another student. So this is happening within the test. How is that?
That is an excellent question. So it is happening within the test. It is not necessarily, though, one student to another student. They will be given question examples, and question examples are available on the website as well to look at. But they'll be given a question where it says, your peer wrote this summary. as you read the summary, what is the best concluding sentence they should add. It's like that. It's more of a mock. If you were working with a student, this is what they gave you. How would you revise it? And they are a few multiple choice type questions.
So those, and I know you were thinking, top, I got it. That section is graded, or it is graded?
It is graded.
Okay, so, but it's not as subjective as that. I know you were trying to think of something on top of the head. It's going to be clear. The paragraph says this, answer it based off the paragraph. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I was just impressed by the hamburger method. When she said the hamburger method, I was like, what the devil is the hamburger method? Like, I felt so, I was like, that's that California and South Carolina public education. Like, but.
Unfortunately, it's obsolete now, but I'll still teach it to you.
No, I did. So it was funny. Dr. Cobb had to Google it and look it up and show me, because I'm sitting here like we wasn't taught. We wasn't even taught the hamburger method. I'm like, what we teaching about hamburgers and writing? But thank you for that. That was a good presentation. With the new assessments that's coming out, this will it change over how our students are graded? I was reading somewhere online that with the new ELA standards that's changing, they're a little bit more weighted than before. How would that count for us, like for those students who are used to taking the test a certain way, and with new standards coming, or will it change for our students?
It isn't a huge shift in what they're learning.
Okay.
So the student's ability to read and comprehend on a basic level. What is the main idea? What are those key details? Summarizing text, identifying characters, themes, those basic skills, they're the same. So they're not going to look that different than they did before. Now, a big focus and shift is with that research and analysis, and a focus on argumentative writing. So the reason the hamburger method isn't working is because now on the assessment, they're actually going to have to write an argument. They're going to have to state a claim, have reasons to support that claim, and then in high school, they have to have a counterclaim and think about the rebuttal. This is more applicable to real-world application than the previous narrative writing. Like, I don't know about you, but my child states her claim every day, argues with me back and forth, right? But we're not really going around writing narratives. We're not writing stories all the time. So it'll be more engaging for the students because it's more of what they do in the real world. There's also going to be less for them to read, so they won't have to read as many texts to answer those questions. What has increased is the questions about what is the purpose of this text? What is the audience for this text? How did their use of language make an impact to that audience? So those questions are a little bit different, but still being able to read and have that fundamental level of understanding is the same.
So it's more comprehension and being able to illustrate it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well done. Thank you, Ms. Mathis. All righty. We will move over and have Mr. Charlie Tudor come up for us, and he's going to talk about the SAT and ACT progress. Hello, Mr. Tudor.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, committee members, board members, Dr. Cobb. I am pleased to share with you our 2025 SAT and ACT scores. All of this work in this realm really focuses on empowering those students every day through all of their classes and preparing them for the future. With our strategy map, again, that is founded in our student achievement. Quick SAT overview for us. If you remember, about a year and a half ago, it moved over to digital completely. There's no more pencil paper for SAT. Remember, there are two areas, ERW, that's that old reading area, and then math, and it's still on the 200 to 800 point scale. And remember, the SAT predicts college readiness, and it measures your knowledge and skills at a basic level. There were a total of 643 students tested in the class of 2025. That's an increase of 77 students from 2024. This is the highest number of students so far since the pandemic. This is our 5-year data trend. The Richmond County School System's SAT scores for the class of 2025 show an increase from 953 in 2024 to 964 in 2025. That's about 11-point gain. The class of 2025 posted a 9-point increase in their evidence-based reading and a 2-point increase in their math scores. Here's our school data. Our system saw 8 schools increase with an average of 26 points. These schools are the Academy of Richmond County, Butler High School, Cross Creek, Davidson, Glen Hills, Hepzibah, A.R. Johnson, and the Richmond County Technical and Career Magnet School. Additionally, A.R. Johnson, Davidson, and RCTCM posted scores above the national average. And finally, Davidson Fine Arts and A.R. Johnson Magnet School scored above the state mean score, with the Davidson ranking in the top 5% of all schools in the state of Georgia. Our ACT. It's still offered in both digital and pencil paper formats. Back in this spring, in April, science became an optional part. And when students registered for the ACT, they had to choose to take the science or not. Writing has always been optional. ACT is scored on a 1 to 36 point scale in those subcategories and as a composite score. And if you remember last year, we talked about the enhanced ACT. ACT made some changes. They decreased the number of assessment questions and areas, and they decreased the time. So they're trying to fall in line a little more with the SAT with time and have a very positive slant for students. Again, it predicts your basic knowledge and skills and college readiness. There were a total of 148 students tested in the class of 2025. That's a decrease of 16 students from last year. This slide is our 5-year data trend. The system's ACT scores for the class of 2025 show a decrease from 19.5 in 2024 to 17.6 in 2025. That's about a 1.9% decrease. Here's our school data. Although there was a decline in our ACT scores system-wide, 4 schools increased with an average of about 1.4 points. Those schools are Cross Creek, Glen Hills, Hepzibah, and Josie. So how do we approach SAT and ACT preparation? I know that screenshot's really small, guys, and I apologize, but I was trying to get the framework there for you to look at. It's a process. A few years ago, when I took the helm of the Advanced Studies department, we brought together a group of educators, administrators, and we created a framework to help our schools look at 4 big areas in which we can engage our community, our students, and the school resources to help our students. Those areas are in our SAT, ACT prep class. We've talked about that before. One of those areas is school and community awareness, which brings in our parents. Our counselors play a vital role in helping our students and families choose which or both assessments to take. And then we also like to celebrate at the school those achievements of our students. Each year, our schools engage in creating their action plan, and then they get some critical feedback from different folks at the district office and from each other at our high school principals cluster group meetings. Now, some other things, some additional support in our next steps. This past year, our curriculum department in ELA and math came up with this idea of Test Tip Tuesdays. So in every ELA and math class, beginning in grade 6, all the way through 12. Every Tuesday, there's a 5-minute bell ringer or an engagement activity that is a practice PSAT or SAT question with the correct answer and why the other answers are not correct. So that really brings a lot of this strategy and conversation into every middle and high school ELA and math class. And we're also hoping those strategies will also translate into other assessments kids take. Additionally, with our ACT and SAT prep class teachers, we've met with them collectively, but we also do some touch points throughout the year. Those classes look a little different. Students are on their own learning plan. Some students may take a SAT in October. Some may take it earlier in the year in September. So those teachers work individually with those students with the resources provided. We're also working with our high school counselors this year, myself and Mr. Johan. We've been meeting at their monthly high school counselor meetings to talk about this plan and their role in it, and they're super excited to help even more than what they've already been doing. And then annually, we have a SAT or ACT parent or community engagement. Remember, it's usually virtual, and it's piped out to the entire community, just like this board meeting is. A lot of our schools have watch parties or meetings, and then that kind of helps with the conversation at the school level as well. Mr. Walker?
That concludes it?
Yes, sir.
Does anybody have any, Ms. Stovall, if you'd like?
Yes, Mr. Tudor.
Yes, ma'am.
I love you, Mr. Tudor.
I love you too, Ms. Stovall.
Not as much as I love it.
Hang on, we've gone in a much different direction than I thought we were going in.
I preface that because normally I am not this person. And I'll say this, my daughter was up under Mr. Tudor when Mr. Tudor was the principal of A.R. Johnson. And we love Mr. Tudor for that. I have shared with Mr. Tudor, even as a parent, that I am not a fan 100% of magnet schools. Can we go back to the slide where you put the SAT scores up, please? And I say that because we have some amazing scores that is here when we're looking at the mean scores and things of that nature. I also know that the number of students that we've had with our ACT, I just spoke with a young lady on Saturday. She told us that, November 8th, I can't help because I have my SAT test that day. And I asked, were you taking an ACT? And she was just like, no, I don't have a reason to. What are we doing to highly encourage all of our students, not just our magnet schools? I know in our magnet schools, they are really, really pushed with that because I remember having to sign the contract and you're required to maintain this. What can we do that we're doing in the magnet schools that we can do in the other schools to help push our students in being more prepared and more successful in taking the ACT and the SAT? And I understand that a lot of our students choose trade school and they choose military and they don't need those things initially. But for our students that are pursuing secondary education, what can we do? Is it a policy issue for us as a board? Is it a testing issue? Like we recognize, like I'm not a good test taker. So I don't do well with sitting down and having to take a test. But if you talk to me, I can portray the knowledge. Are there things in place for students like me who may want to take it or may need to take it, but is just afraid to take it because of our test-taking anxiety?
Right, good question, and I can tell you that weighs on my mind annually. So this year, in this plan that we have, I've made a point to push in with the counselors more because it's a combination of things. Number one, it's, hey, Shonda, you're smart. You may not think you need to take SAT or ACT, but I can see in a few years, if you choose option A of your post-high school readiness plan, you may change it, and you may need this exam score that may open a door of opportunity for scholarships, X, Y, and Z. So this year, I'm working with Mr. Johan and our counselors to really get them to focus and think about looking at their students as they're having those touch point opportunities with kids and their parents to share information, motivate, encourage in that planning process. So that's one of them. The second thing that we're trying to cast the net wider on is that Test Tip Tuesday. If the entire school, and we're talking about 6th through 12th grades, every Tuesday in ELA and math, that signals to a lot of people, this is important. I got 10 questions right over the past 2 months. I can do this. So I'm hoping that that's going to start shifting a culture of talking about and preparing for SAT or ACT in our classrooms even more. Right now, I feel like there are pocket conversations going on in some ELA, some math classes. And we have to start earlier. We all know that advanced coursework starts at that 6th grade level. So I feel like with this new idea that we've put in place, Ms. Lovett, our math coordinator, and Ms. Mathis, our ELA coordinator, they fashioned this plan. So we're hoping that we're going to see some fruit for that. Annually, we have those parent community engagement meetings with someone from ACT and SAT talking to us to spur conversations and thoughts of, well, maybe it's more than just a test. Like, for example, with SAT, they have some strands built in with Big Futures that's tied to additional scholarships and opportunities for our students to engage with just by taking that assessment too. So it's a little bit of everything. I don't have a direct answer for you.
Do you think, and not to put more work on you, this is just an idea again, this weekend I was thinking about it. Our kids are video minded. Like we were talking about having to meet people where we are. We were talking about this in church. Meet people where they are. And I was thinking about this, looking over our packet. Have we thought about those videos that come out? That we used to call them the after school special thing, right? We used to do them, come home, ABC, sit down, and they talk to us about this is drugs, and this is your brain on drugs, and they crack an egg and drop it in the thing. Any questions, right? We all knew that drugs fry your brain. Would that be something like talking about the importance of the SAT and the ACT, what it brings, how ACT, a lot of those tests are tied to scholarships and being able to apply. I don't think a lot of people, a lot of families, a lot of parents are aware of that. And I think if we can just kind of meet people where they are. I don't know if it's a communications thing or, getting some students, maybe our student advisory committee, a panel to come together to make a video that is sent out on our social media for all of their peers to see about the importance of the ACT, the SAT, and how that helps them as the student. Because sometimes us as an adult saying, do this, do this, do this, it kind of goes in one ear and out the other, and they block us out. But peer-to-peer, and we mentioned the last segment about peer-to-peer, if we had maybe other students talking about what that has done for them taking that test or the good things that's tied into it. Because you hear test and you go, I have to take it. It's one of those things I just have to take. And I think we dread it, kind of a thing. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
It absolutely does, yeah.
Okay, it didn't make all the way sense in my head. It did when I was thinking
when
about
it came out, it made a lot of sense to me.
thank you.
Yeah, like a PSA led by
that's
a PSA. Yeah, we did this at Johnson some in our health science. So, and there are already some out there that some teachers are using. So we could pull all that together and have some of our students create it. It's a wonderful idea.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ms. Valentine?
Question. I know our high schools have accounts for students with the College Board. Do we have our middle school students connected? And then the second question is in regards to the free mock PSATs. Are we taking advantage of that?
Right. So students really don't get that really true, robust College Board account until they matriculate into high school. They can go in and see their PSAT scores, but at that lower levels, there aren't as many robust resources in there. That really happens in that 8th to 9th grade transition. And we have a PSAT plan for our middle schools as well. So our 8th grade teachers are really sort of that hinge pin in that plan to help our 8th graders with that and to move into big futures at that time so they can start exploring career pathways based on their PSAT scores. So that's kind of there. And then the second question was, I'm sorry?
The mock tests that are offered.
Right, PSAT mock test. So yes, so in our middle schools, part of the PSAT 8th grade plan is for them to have at least one of those in their ELA or math class, just to get them exposed to it. And it's all digital now in that blue book. There's also some other practice questions, and in that plan, ELA and math teachers introduce that to students and maybe assign some fun things in with that.
And all of our teachers that are helping with that SAT prep or through the ACT, they have their individual accounts that are created where they can access the resources. Right?
That's exactly right. All students, once they take that PSAT in 8th grade, we ensure that they go ahead and have that account set up for their SAT. And then we also encourage them to go ahead and look into Khan Academy. They've changed some of the affiliation a little bit over the past couple of years of how those accounts are set up. But our students, probably in spring of 8th grade, will go ahead and hopefully move into Khan Academy, take a quick practice exam based on their PSAT background, and then have an individualized learning plan with Khan Academy too. So that's another resource with some individualized assistance.
So about the teacher account, do all of our high school teachers have access, or are they designated teachers that have, like I have a College Board account with the resources in SAT and ACT that I can push out and use? Is that all high school?
Right, so any teacher can create a College Board account. Our teachers in those SAT and SAT prep classes, yes, they do. They have those accounts as well as all the other resources that we provide. We have hard copy prep books still, because some people need that tangible write-in. But yes, they have access to that too. And we also have a Canvas class with lots of resources approved by College Board as well with that. Did that answer your question?
Yes, because people need to know that we do have resources that are available, what we are doing, and sometimes we kind of glance past some of the things that are already in place.
You're exactly right, and that was one reason we created this framework of a plan. Every school does things a little differently because their groups are different, but we want to make sure that everybody understands the resources that are available. Absolutely.
Ms. Abbott?
Okay, we'll keep this kind of short. First of all, as also a proud Magnet School parent, I do want to take a moment and let's not overlook Hepzibah High School 23 points increase in their English. Cross Creek 18 points increase. ARC 28-point increase. I mean that's significant, especially in more of our as District 8, more of our rural schools. So there's definitely something happening. So I'm very happy to see that. Can we go back to the slide with the math? With the math scores for 20. For the four.
The bar graph.
Yes, the bar graph. Yes, thank you. And kind of mentioning just my kid's going to be taking the PSAT on Thursday. So I know it's happening. The biggest thing is what I've kind of always said and what I really, truly, strongly believe in. It's what the principal pushes and it's what the principal makes a priority. And I think if a principal makes the SAT a priority or makes the fact that they want their students to take the ACT a priority, I think more students will. So it all kind of comes back to what that leader does and the trickle-down effect in that regard. So real quick with the math, that's a pretty big gap from coming off of COVID with a 488 to 458. Now, I know we had the storm and we had some snow days, but what do we think that big difference between 21 and 25 could be?
Yep. So if you'll go back and reflect and relive COVID with us, that was the true pandemic year.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So a lot of schools, colleges, it was waived for admissions purposes. So we had a very low number of student test takers that year, and those students who did take it were probably those high-stakes students that had a lot of family support and pushed them to do it for a multitude of reasons. So we saw a really big spike that year with our scores and low attendance of test takers for that year.
So
And it
then
was
let me
all
ask you
pandemic.
this. So with that score of 458 then, so we can kind of look at this in somewhat of a positive way then. Does that mean we have more students actually taking the test and they weren't
Correct.
scoring as well, but we've got more kids at least taking it?
Correct.
Okay. So that's, I mean, at least there's something. So our.
And when you reflect, 465, 460, 456, 458, it's kind of hovering
Yeah,
in an
it's
area. We don't see lots of drastic dips. Now, there's lots of room for improvement. Don't misunderstand me.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we're sort of hovering in an area.
Right. So,
And our
so,
enrollment is increasing with test takers.
So on one hand, we're more test takers, which is great and wonderful. And so now we just need to start making sure that those taking the tests, we're pushing them along and we're getting them where they need to be. So that's
Absolutely.
great. But again, I want to commend Hepzibah. What was it? Hepzibah Cross Creek and ARC. That was a big gain. So that's impressive.
Yep.
And to all the kids who took the test, that's a big accomplishment just to sit through the test. I mean, it takes forever.
Absolutely.
So good on them.
Mr. Tudor, so we kind of danced on it a little bit, so let me ask it. Are the schools requiring SAT more this year? Like, I have a 2024 graduate, and he did not, most of the schools he looked at, they were still waiving it, 2024. So are more schools requiring it this year? Has it opened back up?
Yep. So we're starting to see that trend back to those are admissions requirements. Absolutely. More schools, I think they've saw a 4-year trend of their students when they started, when it was waived, and they've been tracking that, and maybe some of the preparedness of that cohort group that came through the college wasn't where they wanted it to be. So more schools, colleges, and universities are requiring an SAT or ACT score for admissions.
Thank you.
Righty, Mr. Tudor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Obviously, there was a lot of interest in that, and no. We're moving on.
Don't forget we love you, Mr. Tudor.
Yeah, and we appreciate, and at least one of us does. All right, we got Dr. Stacy Mabry coming up and is going to give us some updated information about our graduation rates. And I know she's been patiently waiting over there up against the wall.
Absolutely. I didn't know SAT was going to be so exciting. This is not as exciting. It's okay, though. All right, great afternoon, Mr. Walker, Dr. Cobb, and board members. I want to share with you some information about cohort graduation rate. So next slide, please. As you know, our mission statement talks about empowering every learner every day. Next slide, please. And when we think about graduation rate, it does touch pretty much every element of our strategy map, most definitely student achievement as well as talent development. Next slide, please. As we think about our graduation rate, the end game, of course, is our profile of a graduate. Where would we like our students to be once they leave us here in Richmond County Schools? Next slide, please. So you have seen this data already, and this is our cohort graduation rate for cohort 2025. We did see an increase, although slight. Up is up. So as a district, we have seen an increase from 81.66 from cohort 2024 to 81.67 for cohort 2025. And there is a listing of all of the schools and their cohort graduation rate. And again, this is information that you've already seen. Next slide, please. So just wanted to spend a few minutes talking to you about what cohort graduation rate really means, because sometimes people get confused. So a cohort is defined as a group of students who enter grade 9 for the first time in a given school year. This group is tracked over the next 4 years to determine how many of them graduate with a high school diploma within that 4-year time. The Georgia Department of Education uses the 4-year adjusted graduation rate as a federal accountability measure, and we track graduation rate in that way. Next slide, please. So just a little math. So the basic formula is this: the number of students who graduate in a cohort within 4 years divided by the adjusted cohort of students who started grade 9 4 years earlier. So what does that really mean? Your denominator, which is your lower number, doesn't ever go down. It can only go up. So what will happen is, if you started the year with 100 students that started in the cohort, throughout the 4 years, you'll have some students that come in, some students that move out, and so that number is adjusted. So the cohort rate will go up, and then the numerator is actually the number of students who are in that cohort who successfully graduate at the end of 4 years. So what you will see there are, what they have, we track dropouts, we track dropout codes, we track transfer codes. Sadly to say, if a student transitions or passes away, we have to track all of that data because, again, they are on our denominator. So at the end of 4 years, there's some cohort cleanup that's done that adjust our denominator, and then that's how we determine graduation rate. So some people will think, oh, it's the number of seniors in the building. No, it's not the number of seniors in the building. It's the number of kids who started with this cohort 4 years ago in the 9th grade. Next slide, please. So I wanted you to see a little bit about what those codes look like that are tracked by the schools. And when a student transfers from a school in the district to another school in the district, or from a school in the district to another school in the state, or if they go into the military, or if they get married, we look at all of those things as we track students throughout the year. And you will note the codes that have an asterisk by them are considered dropout codes. So for example, if a student makes a decision that they would like to do adult education and go get their GED, a GED is a dropout, although they are seeking an educational redress. Next slide, please. So we don't just sit and twiddle our thumbs and wait for 4 years to figure out what's going to happen. We work very diligently on something called dynamic cohort monitoring. So the cohort is kind of like autopsy data. It's kind of already happened. So how do we track whether or not kids are going to be successful or not successful and make sure they have those supports? And that's what we do through dynamic cohort monitoring. So it's our real-time, data-driven system. It's really a process where we monitor and analyze student progress for graduation. We look at academic performance, credit accumulation, and supports to effectively help our students. So each high school has a team that works on dynamic cohort monitoring. That team is assembled of the principal, assistant principals, our MTSS leads, our school counselors, our registrars, our special education staff, as well as our social workers in many instances. And again, they are working to track every student who enters into a cohort to ensure that even if they transfer to another school in a district or in the state, that they have the appropriate documentation to make sure we know that those students have officially transferred, or if they're a dropout, that we're doing the right services to figure out how to help get them either back into school or give them a resource to assist them. Next slide, please. In addition to, so I want you to know that the dynamic cohort monitoring is a school level process. So that's the school looking at the school as a whole. But we know the schools are comprised of children. So now we have something called cohort crews. So our cohort crew are teams that actually track and support specific groups of students. We can tell by our early warning systems whether or not a student has a proclivity to graduate on time or not. So we actually use the data to identify students and actually have a team that works to collaborate to help those kids remain on track. We monitor their academic performance, we monitor their attendance, we also look at the potential barriers to graduation, and then we provide the necessary supports. At the beginning of our next meeting, the Board of Education meeting, we're actually going to talk about and recognize a group that has helped us break down some of those barriers. So again, we put programs in place based upon what the data says. So who's on those teams? Of course, principal, assistant principal, MTSS lead, school counselors, but these crews are also comprised of general education and special education teachers, and then any other staff members. If you have a parent facilitator, if you have a on-site social worker, we want to make sure that everybody is helping to support those students. Next slide, please. And then what are some additional supports? So we have the dynamic cohort monitoring that's led by the principal that's looking at the school level data. We have our cohort crews who have specific groups of kids that they work with individually. And then on top of that, for our TSI and CSI schools, we do a monthly technical assistance monitoring from the district level. So there's a team of folks from the accountability office, as well as high school programming and workforce development, who go out and actually sit with schools and help them to look at their data and to provide support for individual schools. We also have what's called a school cohort cleanup process. So around July, the team goes through and just ensures that all of their data is cleaned up before we have our final push for graduation rate. So they make sure they have all the appropriate documentation, and they do the cohort cleanup, which is a part of a Georgia Department of Education process. Once the high schools do that, then there's another layer of support. There's a district level team of about 20 of us that go through all of the data just to make sure that Stacy is withdrawn and that she is indeed a dropout. Or do we have the appropriate data to say that she may not have been a dropout, or she may have gone to another state, etc. Next slide, please. So, leaving you with a couple of quotes. I know you may have questions. Just want you to know that graduation is no longer a hope. It's a strategy. It's powered by predictive insights and personalized supports. And then also, graduation rates rise when schools stop waiting for problems and start anticipating solutions. So although we know where our graduation rate is, we track it earnestly each and every day in the high schools at the school level as well as at the district level. Any questions?
There's got to be.
It didn't have to be. The unknown numbers, during the cleanup process, I took note of the unknown numbers. So I'm trying to think, is there any way we can catch those? But it sounds like the catch would be probably in the cleanup process.
Okay, so let me tell you what unknown means in our district.
Okay.
So what happens is, if Stacy says, I'm moving to Yuma, Arizona, and my mom fills out the piece of paper and she says, I'm moving to Yuma, Arizona, and I get all the good information, the registrar has to use the unknown code, because until we get a records request from Yuma, Arizona that confirms that I am there, so that's what that U is. So the U stands for unknown, but it's a cyclical process, so we want to close the loop. So we close the loop with our registrars once we get the documentation. So that's part of that cohort cleanup thing, and it doesn't happen just in July. It happens all throughout the year as kids are moving. So we can't earnestly say that you've moved to another district until we get documentation. So it's all about evidence and receipts with the Georgia Department of Education. So we use unknown for a time as a placeholder until we get the appropriate documentation, then we convert it to what it really is.
And if we never receive it, the other chart that we saw, the unknown just
Right.
stays.
So if it's never received, then it would continue to be an unknown, which would be a dropout code, which is where we then start with that cohort cleanup we were talking about, where we all get on the phone and we scour all the social media platforms and we try to find your cousin, who your cousin, and yeah, he in Indiana, and we found him.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
That was a good question.
I just want to say y'all do an excellent job, because as soon as they find out, they call your friends, they call whoever. They be like, you want me to come to your house so you can fill out this paper? So they do an excellent job. So good job.
Thank you.
Dr. Mabry, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. It's always good to hear from you.
Mr. Walker, I'm going to interject really quick. We're going to push a pause right here in our committee meeting. We have a number of recognitions and a guest that was supposed to be in our board meeting. We have a number of student recognition, and we want to make sure that our children aren't sitting for a long time and their families. So what we're going to do is call the committee meeting to a pause, and we're going to call to order our board meeting for the recognition. You don't have to do that? Okay, good. What we're gonna do is then have a guest in our for recognition that's under our regular board meeting. So our first guest would be about human trafficking, and that's Sergeant Terry Gore. And Ms. Kane, please, can you introduce them?
Yes. I met Sergeant Gore, I guess, about, 10 years ago or so, and he brought someone with him. I had him come about 10 years ago to present to us human trafficking. While I was in Atlanta at a GSBA conference, they did a session on human trafficking. And it was sad. It was really sad. And then to find out that Augusta was number 2 when it came to human trafficking of students. I felt then at that time it was important for us to understand what it looks like and what it looks like when a child may be trafficked. Then I later found out a couple of months ago that we are now surpassed Atlanta, and we're number 1 in human trafficking of children in Augusta. So I felt like it was time for the board to hear, the community to hear, the staff to hear what human trafficking looked like, in hopes that we can help curtail this with our students and our children. So that's why I like to call him Lieutenant Gore. That might be a nudge to come back and explain to us, especially since we've had a lot of turnover, what human trafficking actually look like and what we can do to help. Sir, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for having me here. Again, my name is Sergeant Terry Gore, Richmond County Sheriff's Office. I've been in law enforcement for almost 40 years now. The last 17 has been with the child crimes. This is one of my partners here. We have 3 of us assigned now to the Crimes Against Children Human Trafficking Task Force for Richmond County. Since it's kind of a short amount of time here, I'm just going to give y'all some numbers. But the thing that we really need right now is for us, for SARC, which is the Sexual Assault Response Center, and for the Child Enrichment Center, to be able to get into these schools and talk to our students, talk to the teachers, talk to the counselors about what's going on. To give you an example, I want to give you, there's going to be some straight up numbers, so if any kids are listening, put their heads on. Rapes in Richmond County, 2023 to today. Ages 0 to 18 years old, we have had 204.
Jesus.
Child molestations, 523. Cruelty to children, first and second degrees, 486. Sexual assault, sexual batteries, 104. Child abuse, 602. Child exploitation, which is the human trafficking portion of it, 198. Obscene materials, which is what we call CSAM, child sexual assault material, which used to be called child pornography. 792 cases of that. Sextortions, 51. Reason I brought up those specifically right there, especially the sextortion, because right now, last year, I lost 5 of my kids to suicide because of sextortion. 5. Our kids, every one of our kids are online 24/7. 365 days a year. If a kid's awake, they're on the computer. We do what's called chatting, which means we're part of the ICAC task force for the GBI, the Internet Crimes Against Children task force for the GBI. And we sit there and we can log online right now and say, I'm a 10-year-old and my mom's out working, and I will have 50 people hit me up in less than an hour. And we talk them into coming to meet us. They'll try to get us out of our houses. They do this every single day. Our children online, they're getting tagged the same way we do, but they don't know about internet safety. And if y'all let us into the schools, we can talk to them about body safety, about internet safety, about what to do when somebody approaches you. These are counselors that can do this stuff. I've been doing this for 40 years. We can tell these students, we can tell the teachers and counselors how to protect themselves and protect their own students. You want to know about CSEC, which is sexual exploitation of children, which is the human trafficking for children. Right now, currently, since 2023 to today, we have 22 males and 193 females that have been trafficked in Richmond County. I'm not going to go into details of what happens to them when they're trafficked, because it's very horrific. We have done, with the Child Enrichment Center, we have done what's called forensic interviews. So every time we talk to a child, we bring them up and we get them interviewed, we get them into therapy, into counseling, and anything they need, it's free, and we provide it. Right now, as of from 2023 to now, we have 731 kids from ages 0 to 17 that we have talked to at that place to get them help. Just this year alone, January 1st to today, we have done 204. That's 204 of our kids that have been abused somewhere in Richmond County. I take it back. That's 204 that we know of. Most of our kids don't even know that they're not going to say anything they're being abused. They're afraid. We had one case came in today. As she says, it was happened to her 4 years ago, and she's finally now ready to talk to about it because no one ever told her who she can go talk to, what she can go talk about. Nothing. That's why, especially when Ms. Kane asked me to come over and talk about this stuff, we need to get into the schools. We need y'all's permission. Some of the schools allow us. like the Episcopal school and stuff like that, they'll let us in. But going into like Josie and places like that, we need to start talking to 7-year-olds. Our youngest victim right now is 6. A 6-year-old right now that we're working. The average getting into trafficking in the United States is 10. A 10-year-old is getting trafficked. And we're talking beatings, rapes, assaults, drugs. This is what's happening to our children. My 5 minutes. You got any questions? Yes, ma'am.
When you say let y'all into the schools, what does that look like?
As an example, some of the schools I used to, I'd be able to go into it. A teacher would ask me to come in and just talk to their students about internet safety. You know, what to look for, what not to click on, what information you can and cannot give online. Something as simple as that. Here in this month, we're going to go up to the Episcopal School up on Walton Way. We're talking the entire student body. They gave us an hour just to go talk to all of them, just to tell them what's happening, what we do. We explain to them what we do. There's only 3 of us that work in my unit. So we explain to them what kind of evil, and it is evil, that's right here in Richmond County. We are ranked number 1 in the state. Georgia is ranked number 5 in the nation for human trafficking. And we have identified more child sex trafficking here in Richmond County than any other county in Georgia. And we try to explain that to them. We want them to understand that these people are targeting them online, and we can help them. We can at least give them the information that they need to be able to make smarter decisions and hopefully not be that one that sneaks out of the house and eventually we have to go find.
So my next question to you, would you think it would be a good idea if you all came in and trained the staff on the signs and things for them to be able to look and pick up?
We will do anything that we possibly can. As long as my kids are getting safe, that's all I care. We only care about my kids. So if it's a teacher or a counselor or principal, any student body we can talk to, we will talk to them. As long as the people know that what's going on, and eventually it'll get down to the students, that'd be perfectly fine.
Do you know of programs that are operating like what you're asking us to do that are doing it in the state right now, in other districts or counties?
No, sir, I do not.
When I brought this, it wasn't so much as, I know he had mentioned to me about wanting to get to the schools. I think our counselors and maybe our principals is a start. What bothers me of all this, is our children sometimes, we may think it's just Joe Snuffy on the street. Sometimes our kids are being sex trafficked by our own family members.
It actually is 95% of all traffickers are family or friends.
They going into the churches and they'll find a vulnerable young lady, and then they'll use her and traffic her. Then they'll use her to go into a school and get another child. That's disturbing to me. Very disturbing, and it ought to be we all ought to be outraged that we are now number 1. And there's been very little being done to get our children to understand HIV is number 1 in Augusta. So can you imagine how many kids are probably being exposed to that now in middle school and elementary school? We gotta wake up and do something better for our children. Because when your own sister, your brothers, your aunts, your uncles, and your mamas and your daddy is pimping your child out, that speaks volumes. That speaks volumes to me. And if I leave this earth, if I don't do one thing but one thing right, I'm gonna continue to put this out in front of us, because Augusta, it's time for us to wake up. And our children need to understand
this is serious. And we can't say it's not happening because we hear it in tribunal appeals. These young girls don't know. And the young boys, this is what we're teaching them. This is what they're seeing. So I'm going to get off my soapbox because I could really go down a alleyway. But we got to do better, Augusta. So, Dr. Cobb, if we can find a way to work with them, I would really appreciate it so our staff knows what to look for.
So here's allow me to interject, Dr. Cobb, for a second. I would implore our board members this sounds like a great work session for us to have, to come together with Sergeant Gore when you have a time, more elaborate time, for us to sit down and talk about what does that look like? Because that's great that you came and shared the statistics. I'm a what now person. Like, yep, you told us what now? What can we do as a governing body? I don't know, maybe as you looking at our policies and telling us what works to crack down on certain things. Maybe it is coming in training our staff to be able to identify and know what that looks like. I would like to throw out to our fellow board members that sooner rather than later, that we can come together on our calendar, because this is heavy. And it affects our students. It affects our children. I'm writing down some of these numbers, and it hurts my heart when he says 0 to 18, because that's a newborn baby. And to know that this kind of stuff happens, and I always go back to the least of these, and our children are the least of these. And as a governing body, we have a responsibility to protect our children on every level. Not just stewardship, not just making votes, but if we can put the right people in front of the right people to make something happen, to protect them as one, then we can do that. Dr. Cobb, would you like to say anything?
Thank you. It was nice to meet you. And I'm not aware of any time that they were denied access. So I'd like to have the opportunity to work with our student services team to see what opportunities we have to come in. Ms. Glenda Collinsworth is sitting on ready. She's going to connect with them as soon as they step away from the microphone today to see what options we have, in addition to the work sessions that you were mentioning.
Now, there's one other thing I did not mention. I apologize. We do have a new one that came out now. It's a new international gang that has started here. It's called 764. Okay, this gang here started out. It's a bunch of different international gangs that get together, and instead of sextortion for money, they do sextortion for points for themselves. Right now, we are working a 14-year-old girl, one of our 14-year-old girls in one of our middle schools right now, who was required to stab herself in the leg 38 times. I have the pictures here if y'all want to see pictures. I wanted y'all to understand this. She had to stab herself 38 times to her legs, 25 to her upper torso. She had to slit her own throat. On video, she had to set her legs on fire for this gang. This is a satanic gang that's worldwide.
Yeah.
This is in our schools, though.
Yeah. And we
Our
do,
school system?
Yes.
One of our children, I guess we have 5 right now. One, we've already identified her, got her help. Yes, in our schools.
Okay. That was, I know if that was graphic for us. To the kids that are in the audience, parents, I hope you're listening, and I hope you will make some effort with them yourselves. But thank you, Sergeant Gore. And I'm sorry, what's your name, sir?
Investigator Ferraro.
Investigator Ferraro, for taking the time to come and share this with us. Ms. Kane, you have their contact information, correct?
I do.
Okay. We will contact you if we can get that information to Ms. Collinsworth to set up a time for you to come back to train to deliver this to the board members during our work session and move forward with Dr. Cobb about what a training session would look like.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
Okay. Whew. That was very hairy. Next, we're gonna move on. We're gonna end on a happy note, and we're gonna do recognitions. We have 4 recognitions. The first one is recognition of Textron Specialized Vehicles for their decade-long partnership with the Richmond County School System. Dr. Mabry, back to you.
Great evening, President Stovall, Dr. Cobb, board members, esteemed guests in the boardroom. As a director of high school programming and workforce development, I am honored to stand before you today to publicly recognize and celebrate a partnership that exemplifies the power of collaboration between education and industry. Our RPM, or Reaching Potential Through Manufacturing, partnership with Textron Specialized Vehicles. For a decade, RPM has served as a lifeline for students who face significant barriers to graduation. Through innovative public-private partnerships, we have prepared a space where students not only earn their high school diploma, but also gain real-world experience, life skills, and a sense of purpose. Over 400 students have graduated from high school through the RPM program, and more than 150 RPM students have transitioned to full-time employment with Textron Specialized Vehicles. This is not just success, it is transformation. Textron's commitment goes beyond just the manufacturing floor. From paid time off to holiday celebrations to mentorship, they have created a workplace culture that nurtures our students as individuals. These experiences teach professionalism, build confidence, and foster a sense of belonging, and often for our students who have never had that before. This partnership is truly symbiotic. Our students gain opportunity for stability, hope, and opportunity. Textron gains skilled, loyal workforce and the chance to invest into our future and into our community. And as a district, we fulfill our mission to prepare every student for college, career, and life beyond. October is designated as Manufacturing Month nationally, and it is only fitting that we recognize RPM's 10-year milestone. I want to thank the Textron Specialized Vehicles for their unwavering support to the Richmond County Board of Education and for their continued belief in the innovative pathways for students to succeed. Together, we are not just changing outcomes, we are changing lives, and the best is yet to come. I ask that Dr. Kirsten Johnson, the principal of RPM, to please present to Mr. Willie Powell, a Textron Senior Operations Manager, a recognition in support of our 10-year partnership with this wonderful industry partner. Yes. And at this time, I think we have some Textron teachers, some RPM teachers as well. If you will stand, RPM teachers. RPM, look at the RPM staff. Y'all, come on down, take a picture with the people. This is just lovely. Oh. We got a whole bunch more. Come on in. Honey, I'm excited about it.
Three, two, one. Last one. Apologies. Thank you so much.
That's the top of the website.
When I first got on the board, I was like, what is this that they do? This was almost 9 years ago. They didn't just start doing it.
Oh, this not me, this Charlie. I was. Hey, Miss Johnson.
Yeah. Congratulations to Textron and the Richmond County School. Look at at you, to the Richmond County School System on our 10-year partnership together. Next, we will have, listen, this was the, man, we had some fun last week. Hear me? Next, we'll have the recognition of the Richmond County Board of Education board members who participated in the Celebrity Servers for National School Lunch Week. Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Ms. Stovall, Dr. Cobb, board members. It is always an honor to be up here talking to y'all, and I am so excited about what occurred in our school system last week. Every year, districts throughout our nation celebrate National School Lunch Week, and in general, the School Nutrition Association comes up with a different theme each year. This year, I decided to bypass their theme, and I wanted to do something a little different. I decided that every day we focus on student nutrition, and I wanted to bring in our board members to work in our schools as our celebrity servers. And it was a partnership made in heaven. So if we could go through to the first one. Of course, we empower every learner every day by what we do for fueling them to focus through the school nutrition department. Next, please. And then here's our strategy map. And the next slide, of course, this is enhancing our partnership program to foster community involvement. It's just amazing how everything that we do each and every day really does go back to that strategy map for every department within the district. Next, please. So we started off Wednesday, and I just had to share some of the pictures that we were able to take and just some of the stories. So, of course, you see Mr. Walker here. He was at Warren Road Elementary School. We have Mr. where you went to elementary school. Good. We had Mr. Ed Lowry, who was at Hines Elementary. We had Miss Shonda Stovall, who was at Lamar Millage, and it's funny because I emailed them, or I called the manager, and I said, "You don't have one picture of this woman from the front. No. You only were able." She said, "Miss Johnson, I was working." She said we were short, and we just put her in there and said, "Here, get busy," and so that's what we did. And so I understand. And then of course we had Miss Mary Jane Abbott, who was at Blythe Elementary, which. They were so thrilled to have that because a lot of people don't go out to Blythe very often. It's kind of out a little bit further and everything. So when Miss Weigel asked me where I would recommend, that was my first thought. But it was a great time held by all. Next. Then we also had Miss Boyd, who was at Barton Chapel, where you also attended. All right. We had Mr. Walter Eubanks at Copeland the first day. Yes. He looked great you look amazing in a hairnet. We had Miss Valentine was at Gracewood, and then I had to include the second picture of Miss Valentine because this picture makes me so happy because I know what they were doing. They were doing boots on the ground because you can't go to Gracewood Elementary without the school nutrition staff making you do boots on the ground. I know this personally.
They wasn't working.
That was just our Wednesday. Next slide, please. All right, day 2, Walter Eubanks is back in it. And this day you were at Lake Forest Hill, is that correct? Yes. And my understanding is they got that shoulder going a little bit on Thursday and everything because he was having to pull a lot of trays down. We had Miss Valentine was at, where you were at Tobacco Road. Tobacco Road needed that boost of confidence. And I think that you and Miss Blackman really connected. And Miss Blackman was all smiles when I talked to her the next day. And then we had Miss Venus Kane at Willis Road Elementary School. And next, I think one of the most interesting things that I learned or that my staff learned was they learned about your background in food service. And so that was just a really interesting little tidbit that came out for them to find that out. And next slide, please. Y'all, again, Walter Eubanks, day 3. This man is the MVP of school nutrition. He has given his number out to all 3 schools and invited them to call him at any time. I hope that he rested up over the weekend because they put him to work, but he was at Bel Air Elementary on Friday. And then Mr. Walker, he tackled a high school on Friday. So he was at Westside High. And then you see Miss Valentine with the team from Tobacco Road on that next slide. If you can go, please, next one. And then these are just some team pictures and everything. I believe that Miss Boyd she had no trouble telling you exactly what she needed.
Miss Dunbar does not play.
Ms. Dunbar does not play.
Loved every minute.
They said there is work to be done, and the work must be done, and they're going to tell you. So when I first thought of this, and I had thought about y'all going out to the school, y'all, originally my first thing is I'm going to go out and get some great pictures with the board members and everything like that, because any opportunity we get to take a picture with y'all, it means a lot to us. And then I said, no, I'm not going to go to not one of these schools, because I want the entire focus to be between the staff and these board members, because I know that y'all support us every day. I get to see it at all the board meetings. I get to see you, all the time here at central office and everything. They know that you support them, but for them to see it firsthand and for them to experience working with you, it really made a huge difference, and you brightened every one of their days. I got so much positive feedback, and I hope that next year you'll join me, because I would love to make this an annual tradition for our National School Lunch
Absolutely.
Would
Week.
love to.
And just a huge thank you from School Nutrition and from all of my staff and from myself, of course, to all of you for always supporting us, but for especially last week and the difference you made. Thank you.
Miss Kathy,
Miss
we thank
Johnson.
you.
Miss Johnson. I feel bad. I do. Let me tell y'all something. I was in Puerto Rico, Dominican.
Girl, I would have been in Puerto Rico too. I wouldn't have felt bad about that at all.
I feel bad that I wasn't there, but I can tell it was a great event. However, because Charlie Hannah didn't show up, I don't feel as bad.
Oh, we didn't have to call out. I'm going to take my seat because I'm not going to be.
But Miss Kathy, thank you for all the ways you allow us to get involved with school nutrition, because a lot of the times, like, we don't vote on your budget. We really kind of you're just there. And I appreciate being included, like that you include us in your activities, your the judging for the cook-off and things
That will
of
be
that
in
nature.
January.
I was just gonna say, don't forget about me. I'm always eating. But it was just an awesome opportunity to see the behind the scenes of what our school nutrition workers actually do. And I know, I don't know about anybody else, but I know just being there and the kids walking through and calling them by names, and their school nutrition workers knew them. And then the cafeteria manager says, yeah, we got one kid that can't have dairy, and we got this. And I'm like, you know all of this? That is just amazing. And I want to say shout out to Lamar. They really were. It was three of them. It was three of them, two older ladies, Miss Rosa and Miss Gloria. And when I say they worked circles around me and made me feel like I was in the way, because they just moved. But thank you for your leadership in school nutrition, because it makes sense when they walked us through the process of how they do everything, why you're always making the newspaper for the great grades by the health department. So thank you, and congratulations to y'all on a well-run department.
Thank you so much, and thank you for allowing me to lead them.
Thank you. Enjoy.
All right, next we will have the introduction of the 2025-26 Superintendent Student Advisory Council. Mr. Linwood Holmes, how you doing, sir?
Good evening, Ms. Stovall, Mr. Lowry, Dr. Cobb, and the cabinet members. I'm here to introduce the 2025-2026 Superintendent's Richmond County Student Advisory Council, and as I call their names, they will come forward. From representing ARC, Justin Jones. Representing Butler High School, Rashad Gibbs. Glen Hills High School, Miley Hampton. P.W. Josie, Anaya Robertson. Westside High School, Kainisha Ford. Did I say it right? Representing A.R. Johnson, Priya Tut. Davidson Middle School, Nolan Purcell. Freedom Park, Karma Robbins. Glen Hills Middle School, Kwame Bussey. Hornsby Middle, Elaine Marshall. Murphy Middle, Alana Ivy. RCTCM, Adriana Arnold. Tut Middle, Ian Bynes. And we also have 2 members of this organization that represents our district at the state level with Superintendent Woods and Justin Jones from ARC. Would you wave your hand? And also from AR Johnson, we have Pilar McCain. Pilar McCain. These students will meet to discuss student issues that are happening in our school system, and we will look forward to a report come spring of next year, 2026. This group is also assisted by Mr. DeMarco Lewis.
Yes. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Last one. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. You can take his. Mr. Holmes says yes, he is.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Holmes, and thank you to our amazing students that make up our Superintendent's Advisory Council. We always look forward to what they bring, because if nobody else gonna be honest with you, these students gonna be honest with you about what's going on in this school district. Next, we will have Recognizing Success, Contributions, and Excellence. We're featuring the Transportation Department this month. Mr. Lowry?
Thank you so much, Madam President. Mr. Kurt and our Transportation Department, will y'all please stand, ladies and gentlemen? This month is your month to be recognized.
Oh.
Thank you so much for all you do. The Richmond County School System Transportation Department is one of the larger departments within the school district, consisting of 250 employees, all 329 square foot around Richmond County. Our department professionalism strive to meet our goals. We drive to education. Our 208 buses travels 23,000 miles a day and perform over 1,100 routes a day within the transportation department to our 18,000 students who ride our buses. Our earliest persons that arrive is 4:30 a.m. Last one leave around 7. Our maintenance shop and all other departments, which include school bus drivers, the monitors, school bus technician, the maintenance foreman, parts department, the fuel technician, the routing department, customer service department, dispatch, safety, and training department. Mr. Kurt, to you and your department this month, congratulations and thank you all for all you do. And if you need some of us to drive the vans, I don't know if we all certified with CDLs, but hey, we're here to help out just like we did Ms. Johnson with our nutrition department. Thank you so much, Madam President.
I got a pickup truck, Mr. Kurt says. Throw them in the back of the truck. We'll get them there. Might have a bump or two, but we'll get them there. All right, so now we will move back into our committee meeting. Mr. Walker, I'm going to turn it back over to you. We were in instruction committee.
Correct.
And we were at number 4. Take it away, sir.
All righty, I'm going to ask a question of the board and maybe the chair. It appears
Yes,
that,
please. I know exactly what you're finna ask.
well, it
Please
appears
do.
that we've got 4 approvals for trips that this is not the first time we've done this. This has been historical.
Please do.
I think we understand the process and the amount of care and that goes into planning these things. So if we could, and to give maybe, and I don't want to take any thunder away from you, Dr. Hall, at all.
Worry about that.
Yeah. But, I mean, you probably have a little spiel, and we'll listen to that, but hopefully we can get through all four and approve them.
All at one time.
All at one time, if that'd be all right.
Yep, that'd be all right.
I'll go through the narratives for all of them and.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Good evening, good evening, Mr. Walker, committee members, board members, and Dr. Cobb. As you know, we have, all the trips are about our mission statement, our vision statement, and our beliefs. Go ahead, next. Next. First trip. International travel offers a uniquely enriching experience for high school students, particularly when access is extended to those maintaining a C average or higher. This inclusive approach ensures that students who demonstrate motivation and curiosity, regardless of academic standing, can benefit from the kind of immersive learning that only global exploration can provide. At this pivotal stage in their development, students are forming their identities and expanding their worldviews. A trip abroad fosters critical thinking, cultural awareness, and personal growth by placing students in environments that challenge their perspectives and deepen their understanding of global theater traditions and history. This proposed 8-day educational tour to London, England is scheduled for spring break, April 4th through 11th, 2026, and will be exclusive to high school students. The itinerary includes visits to Shakespeare's Globe Theatre, the West End, and the Royal National Theatre, offering students direct engagement with the roots and evolution of theatrical performance. These experiences align with Georgia standards such as script analysis and dramatic structure, theater and culture and historical context, and critiquing performance using evidence. To ensure academic rigor, students will complete a pre-trip research unit exploring British theater history, dramatic literature, and cultural context. This unit will engage English language arts standards such as citing textual evidence, informative exploratory writing, and collaborative discussion. Upon return, students will complete a reflective assignment that synthesizes their experiences abroad with classroom learning. Options may include a written analysis, a creative performance piece, or a presentation connecting their observations to global theater practices and personal artistic growth. These tasks also support social studies literacy standards like analyzing primary and secondary resources and integrating diverse formats and media. This timing allows for thorough pre-trip preparation, including classroom research, passport acquisition, and financial planning. EF Tours, Educational Tours, offers flexible payment plans and need-based financial assistance to help families manage costs. Additionally, Davidson Fine Arts will support students through fundraising activities and the Adopt a Traveler sponsorship program to ensure equitable access. Safety remains a top priority. EF's global infrastructure is unparalleled, with full-time staff to over 50 countries and a robust support network that includes local experts based in the UK. DFA has previously partnered with EF for successful trips to Costa Rica and New York. We trust their commitment to student safety. Each tour includes a dedicated tour director who remains with the group throughout the experience and serves as the first point of contact in any emergency. EF's safety and incident response team, composed of healthcare professionals, travel experts, and former FBI personnel, is available 24/7 every day of the year. Our group will also maintain a 1-to-6 chaperone-to-student ratio to ensure attentive supervision and support. This trip will not only expose students to the rich theatrical heritage of London, but also empower them to see themselves as global citizens and artists. Thank you for considering this opportunity to expand our students' horizon through the transformative power of travel and theater. That's the first trip.
Dr. Hall, I think he's going to allow you to just kind of get the highlights in the next three since we're
got it.
working with that travel company. There you go.
If they're the same travel company that's managing
You ain't even got to go through it. Just tell us where they going.
Yeah.
The next one is on April 5th, 2026. It's the Davidson Chamber Orchestra, and they're going to be traveling to Europe. They'll be going to multiple sites using essential skills described in the Georgia standards. They'll also learn about music in different cultures and time periods, as well as the history and development of their instruments, again connecting to Georgia standards. As far as safety is concerned, it's the same company. Actually, it's a different company. They correct that. Perform International. The owner's from Ireland, and the company has employees all over the world. This will be the school's fourth trip with this particular company. They are the first choice because of their performance and their professionalism. They have a very good attention to detail and knowledgeable staff. The chaperone ratio will be 1 to 2 students. Please consider approving this valuable trip for our Davidson students. The next trip is Hepzibah High School. Highlighting the points. Hepzibah High School is currently offering an 8-day trip during spring break of 2027 to Madrid and Barcelona, Spain. Throughout the trip, students will complete a series of structured activities focused on inquiry, action, and reflection, aligned with the IB learner profile attributes of being open-minded communicators and reflective. The activities will summarize and be presented in the final portfolio project that will be turned in after the trip. To assist the parents with financing this opportunity, EF Educational Tours provides need-based support and allows students to pay over time. They will also give students their own fundraising page to help secure outside sponsorship. The touring company has staff available 24/7 in over 50 countries. The tour company has employees that live in Spain. They also have local knowledge to help keep our group safe. Their presence allows them to support us on the ground whenever assistance is needed, and they'll have a tour with them throughout the entire time of the trip. The chaperone-student ratio will be 1 to 6.
Dr. Hall, that's the 2027.
Yes, sir, 2027, yes, sir. The last trip, A.R. Johnson. This will be an 11-day trip beginning of June after school in 2026. To help parents with financing this great opportunity, EF Educational Tours offers need-based support and payments over time. Same thing. When students sign up with EF Tours, they will receive a link to send out for friends and family to adopt them as world travelers. Additionally, ARJ will have fundraisers to assist family and contact local businesses for financial support. The same things with safety. They will have people with them 24/7. The company has employees in the area in Ecuador to help keep them safe there. The tour director will be with them constantly. And there is also a safety and incident response team. Again, the same industry experts that will help keep the group safe. And this trip has a chaperone to student ratio of 1 to 6. That concludes.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. So as we discussed, we would, unless there's any comments or questions for Dr. Hall, and thank you for running through that for us. It looks like I've been on this board almost 9 years now, and every time this comes up, I am so thrilled that we have somebody who thought of the idea, first of all, to take them on these trips, and then the fact that we've actually put it together, and it seems like we've got a good support network in place because we continue to use the same companies who are doing a fantastic job for us. So,
if I may, sir, I do want to take a point of privilege and recognize the principals and the sponsors that
Sure.
are here this evening.
Sure, please do.
Please stand. Principals and sponsors for the schools that are going on the trip, please stand. They put a lot of work into organizing this trip, so I just wanted them to be recognized.
No, without a doubt. So at this time, I would ask for a motion for approval for all 4 of the trips. John Davis and Fine Arts, for the 2 trips that they've got planned, one for the field trip to London, the other 2 for the orchestra, is that correct?
Yes.
To somewhere in Europe. And then we've got the 2027 trip for Hepzibah, going to Barcelona and Madrid, Spain. And this coming summer, we've got A.R. Johnson that will be taking what sounds like a fantastic trip to
Man, I
Ecuador and
wanna
the
go.
Galapagos Islands. I'd like to see some pictures of those when they come back.
Yes,
So
sir.
moved to approve.
Second. Can
All
we
right.
sign up to be chaperone?
Yes, you can.
Okay, amen.
I'm chaperoning to Italy.
Right, I want to go to Galapagos.
So moved to approve.
Excuse me.
All right, so we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, well, Dr. Hall, we've got 4 approvals for you there.
Thank you, sir.
All righty, thank you. Ms. Fletcher, you have the next 3 agenda items under the instruction committee, so I will let you roll through those and ask for your approvals at the appropriate time for the first 2, and then we'll have the information only at the last.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Walker, board members, committee members, we are bringing back tonight policy JR, which is regarding student records. And if y'all recall, we brought this in August pursuant to Senate Bill 212, which required that any candidate, campaign committee, or political action committee or political organization be denied access to student directory information. So, and while we were working on the policy, it had not been revised in a while. So we made we gave it a glow up with just some stylistic changes and some definitions. And the policy has been available for public comment for over 30 days. There were no public comments received during that time. So we come before you tonight to seek final approval of the changes to policy JR regarding student records.
Okay, are there any questions or comments for Ms. Fletcher? None? If there are none, I would ask for a motion for approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion to approve and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Ms. Fletcher, that will go to the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. The next item we're bringing to you is a newly revised policy. So we'll be asking that your permission to allow the policy to be made available to the public for 30 days for public input. And this is policy IBB regarding charter schools. As y'all know, Senate Bill 82 required some changes to the charter school petition process. And one of those changes was a deadline if a local board denies a charter petition, that was skinnied up to 20 days. They also required that the whole process, even with extensions, be to the Office of State Charter Schools by June 30th. So basically, we had to sling our deadlines back a month earlier. So we then also, I'm getting ahead of myself, but we also revamped the procedures to allow for that. And so that information could be on the website. So tonight, we come to you asking permission to place the policy up for public review for at least 30 days.
Is there any questions?
I do.
Okay,
So
Ms.
I saw this, when I saw it in the packet, I saw the approval before the information where you were talking about the same policy. So you're asking us to approve the policy first and then come back to tell us about the changes you've made?
So the policy is to ask you to allow it to sit for 30 days because it's newly revised, but then the for information only is a procedure.
Okay, all right,
and
thank
which
you.
they do work hand in hand, but technically y'all only are required to vote on the policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
Anything else? All right, so we're asking for a motion for the approval for it to sit for the 30 days for public comment.
So
Yes, sir.
moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that will go to the consent agenda, and then the last item is for information only.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, she did.
you were walking away.
All right.
That will end after a couple of minutes. Our instructional services or instructional committees, and thank you very much.
All right, next we'll move over to Student Service Committee and Mr. Hannah. The ball is in your court, sir.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. Student Services now called to order. In our first item is information only, requested by Mr. Eubanks. Mr. Allen.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Hannah, board members, Dr. Cobb. It's a quick update on cell phone information we brought back from the spring. Also, our safety when it comes to drills that we do in the school, and then the next steps for safety. Next slide. Want to focus in on our beliefs where there's a specific focus on safety for all is a priority. Next slide. Also on our strategy map, two ideas we want to pull for everybody's focus is under student achievement. We want to bring data that also impacts decision making. So even through safety, we believe that data can be used to improve our academic status. Also in a safe and secure learning environment, we want to ensure a physical and emotional safety by enhancing security measures throughout for all support staff and students. Next slide. During this presentation, we will review cell phone procedure and current data, safety drills. Want to make sure we focus on what those drills are, when they're supposed to take place, and the impact of those drills, and then what are our next steps to provide ensure safety in our district. I won't go through the policy, but I do want to highlight a couple things. The committee came together to make sure we put a cell phone policy in place, which was great vision because not long after, Senate bill comes down that forces that to be in place, so we're ahead of the curve. The goal of the policy really is just to limit distractions, and we've had a really large campaign for communication with that. And just for clarity, on page 53 and 54 of the Code of Conduct for this year is where you can find the information regarding our cell phone policy. Next slide. For the policy, I want to pull out just the progressive discipline part. What I want to highlight is there are steps that our schools go through when we deal with cell phone issues, and they are progressive. But even before we get to those first responses that you see, most of our schools will use the minor discipline system Spotlight to highlight behavior as well before it even gets to Infinite Campus. Next slide. So I do want to take some time. We had a lot of discussion last year about when and where you can use cell phones. Bottom line is before or after school, and high schools have the option to be able to use it during lunch, and some schools are utilizing that option. Next slide. Data that comes from what we're seeing this year. If you remember in the spring, one issue that we noted that we did not have a chance to fix prior to the Code of Conduct was in Infinite Campus, isolating cell phone violations specifically to be noted. As we put our committee together for the upcoming year, we're expecting that to be a part of it. So right now, if you look under Spotlight data, which is our minor behavior system, you see 446 offenses, first and second offenses. And if you notice in the high school, they're utilizing that more. Really what that means is our high schools are saying, hey, Marcus, put the cell phone away. Please do that. We're going to highlight that in Spotlight so it goes to that parent to notify them as well. No discipline that will follow them, but just minor information. Middle schools, you see less usage there. And then if you go to Infinite Campus data, these are ones that are noted. There's normally some level of consequence identified. You see 141 incidents of possession of unapproved items. That's important because there's not a disaggregated data for all of our unapproved items. And so that's what we want to fix going into next year as far as identification in Infinite Campus. But specifically noted in the notes when someone has an unapproved item, there were 22 incidents specifically noted for cell phones. What I do want to highlight is this. What we are noting for cell phone issues, we really want to look at in the upcoming year whether or not the cell phone is taken and what that process looks like. Because what we did note, a lot of discipline issues that come from cell phones aren't noted, but it becomes disorderly conduct when a student refuses to take the cell phone. Unfortunately, our officers get involved, and that never ends well. So we do want to review that for the upcoming year. Next slide. Safety drills. Want to walk through the drills that we have. Fire drills, which everyone is aware of. We have to have 2 within the first month of school, and then there's 1 every month following after. Those drills are logged in Navigate 360, the State Fire Drill Commission, and then also we keep them locally here to make sure that we're managing that as well. For our lockdown drills, you have to have 1 state mandated. We require 2 here in the system, 1 per semester. We log those in Navigate 360, also with the State Fire Commission and also with GMA as well. Severe weather drills, we have 2. We try to have 1 each semester. Those are logged in Navigate 360 and the State Fire Commission as well. And then this week is Bus School Safety Week as well. And so our bus evacuation drills, we try to have 1 per semester, and those are done over time, but it started this week with our bus department as well. The impacts of these drills, very specifically, they prepare for quick response. They also test the effectiveness of the drills. How well can students and staff respond? And also it increases confidence among students and staff when they work appropriately. Next slide. What's next? Talked to you earlier about improving Infinite Campus and making sure that there is a segregated notation for cell phone violations. We also know that we need to create a committee that involves our community, our principals, a few board members as well, as we kind of drill down specifically on safety, but more intentionally with bus safety as well. And then this advisory committee, we think, needs to also have students. There's a very I would say on fire student for safety at Laney that we're really excited about working with. We want to make sure her voice is a part of this committee. And also the students that Mr. Linwood Holmes brought up, they're going to be looking at this as well. And then finally, I do want to talk about those drills and expectation with school leadership. We want to make sure that our principals are aware that the biggest issue with safety most of the time is not the drill or not even the items we have in place, it's human error. Making sure doors are closed, making sure we're wearing our strategic badges when necessary as well. So we're doing a lot of work around just human error with our safety also. And now, questions.
I have a question.
Oh. Mr. Walker?
Yeah. This one should be easy. So we purchased the
Strategics.
Strategics. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
It was my fault.
Strategic system 4 years ago, maybe?
I think this is the 4th year, yes.
Okay. So hopefully we've not had to use it much for any real issues, but it does get tested, I'm assuming. And
yes.
Has it proven to be a good investment, you think?
I will say that it has been effective when used appropriately and when the equipment works appropriately. There's a lot of upkeep with the equipment. So as technology changes, we've seen the need to upgrade the equipment as well. That sometimes comes at a cost. So our team, school climate, operations, our public safety department, we're kind of reviewing that now. We're heading into the last year of that contract. And so we're really doing a hard reset on whether the effectiveness of that moving into our next school year.
When would you have the end of the year?
Yeah, well, we're hoping in January. Okay. I'll be very honest. So right now, every day schools are testing strategics. And what we find is it will work for alerting admin, but it may not pop up on the computer as well for lockdown. And so there are some kinks in certain places as well that we are internally working through. And so there's a little bit of competition out there now, so we are reviewing that as we speak.
It's an alert.
Okay.
Yeah, so alert system, everyone has their badge, they press the button and it gives various alerts that also connects with the Sheriff's Department.
I look forward to hearing about what we end up doing.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Eubanks?
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Mr. Allen. Just off the top of your head as a human being, is our cell phone policy improving school climate?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, the only adjustment I think we need to make is how we deal when the student doesn't want to give the phone. That is a big thing that we'll look at from school climate.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen, you said something that sparked when we first got these strategic badges, and I don't know if the board members remember this. When they came in to do the training, you just said that they charge us to do the updates initially.
Upgrades. I'm sorry. If I said update.
When they came in. Oh, okay. Because I was like, they told us that all of that was included. That as their technology grows and continues, and their improvements, because we've signed the contract and brought the program, that's included with us being there being a provider of that. And can we shop around for somebody else?
So we're evaluating that. I'll give you the best example. When you buy a cell phone, the charger works. You upgrade the cell phone, there's a different charger that goes with that cell phone. Still free, but you need a new charger. And we're finding the integration of new technology may not always marry with the former parts. And so we're evaluating that now, and yes, we are shopping around.
Thank you.
You, yes.
I just want to highlight the focus on bus safety because it is really important. When we do drills in our schools and we're talking about mitigating risk, we're talking about all of these drills, we need to make sure that it's equity across every area in our district and that we're putting our school bus driver safety as a priority as well. When we're deemed responsible for transporting students, things can happen on the bus. There can be a weapon on the bus. There can be shooting that occurs towards the bus. And we want to make sure all of our students are safe no matter where they are in our school district, whether it's on a bus, whether it's just in the parking lot of a school. We just want to make sure that we're setting those priorities. And then with school safety and advisory committees, there are blind spots that we may not know, but when we get the community involved, we have our stakeholder engagement elevated. We make sure that our scores and our safety impact information that's reported to the Georgia Department of Education is up to date as well. So again, thank you so much for listening to that concern.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Allen, you are free to go, sir. Look at- and he ran away. All right, our second agenda item is approval of the alternative school PLC at home placement. Ms. Snowberger?
All right. Good evening, Mr. Hanna, committee members, board members, and Dr. Cobb. I'm here today seeking approval for the addition of a PLC at home probationary placement for our alternative school students who return to tribunal for serious offenses or face expulsion. This program is firmly rooted in our belief that success is attainable for everyone and that education is that shared responsibility between schools, students, and the home. Our strategic focus is always to provide access to learning for all, while ensuring physical and emotional safety for all of our students and staff. This proposal aligns specifically with these strategic items. So in today's presentation, I will talk to you about the purpose of the proposal, provide a brief overview, discuss the process for enrollment, review the roles and expectations for students and families, briefly highlight the dismissal process, and conclude with our next steps for implementation. So the purpose of this program is fourfold. It's to provide an alternative to expulsion for students who are chronically disruptive at our alternative center, so that we can continue to provide a structured learning environment and an alternative to traditional expulsion. The goal is to reduce student disconnection with education and reduce our dropout risk. Providing this opportunity allows us as a school system to address the safety of our students and staff while maintaining accountability through remote learning options. Providing a PLC at home option keeps students connected to education, reduces disengagement, and supports the long-term academic success for most at-risk students. This option will also provide additional educational opportunities while upholding our district standards with fairness and transparency in the discipline proceedings. So let's talk a little bit about what the process would look like. The program begins at the tribunal hearing when a student is brought from the alternative center for an offense where expulsion is on the table or has been chronically disruptive in the alternative school setting. The decision is based on a comprehensive review of the rules that were violated, the student's behavioral history, as well as recommendations made during the tribunal hearing process. If the recommendation is to complete the alternative center through PLC at home or complete their expulsion through PLC at home, a meeting is held with the parent and the student to discuss the program, review the placement agreement, outline terms and expectations, and to ensure everyone is on the same page with expectations. Once the student and parent have agreed and signed the probation agreement that outlines the terms and expectation, a virtual onboarding meeting with the alternative center transition specialist, MTSS facilitators, counselors, program administrators at the PLC, as well as the alternative center will be scheduled. Then, once the student is enrolled in the PLC at home program, the students will complete coursework under the supervision of the case manager, who is the alternative school transition specialist, who will monitor both the academic and behavioral progress of the student, as well as help them access additional virtual mental health and counseling services, and meet periodically with the parent and the student to discuss their academic and behavioral performance. During those regular check-ins, at the minimum, will be at the midterm and the end of the semester, but more often than that, if needed. Those will involve teachers and program administrator from the PLC at home, the alternative school transition specialist, parents, and students in a virtual setting. At the conclusion of the period assigned, the transition specialist will hold an MTSS meeting to determine the best placement for the student moving forward and to assist the student and parent with either a transition back to face-to-face learning or continuation of the PLC at home program. The agreement signed by the student and parent emphasizes a shared partnership for this educational experience. As a part of the assignment to the PLC at home, the student has to attend virtual classes, consistently complete assignments, exhibit behavior that's still in line with our code of conduct, and also refrain from being on Richmond County School System property. Students will also be provided with virtual mental health counseling opportunities, and students and parents will be expected to attend scheduled check-ins with case managers and conferences with the teachers in a virtual environment. Parents must provide access to the internet, monitor student grade and progress, attend those scheduled meetings, and provide that structured learning environment at the home to promote student success. So our hope is that 100% of our students take advantage of this innovative opportunity. However, we know that there may be a case where that is not always happening. So in the advent that the student is unable to fulfill the obligations outlined in the probationary agreement, we will take the following steps. If there's an initial report of noncompliance to the case manager or the teacher, they will compile a detailed report with the evidence and documentation needed and report that to the program administrator and the principal at the alternative center. Then the school will, the PLC at home and alternative center will conduct a school level review meeting with the parent and student in attendance. And during this meeting, the parent and the student will be allowed to respond to the concerns. At the conclusion of this meeting, a recommendation will be made to the cluster superintendent about whether or not the student can continue in the program or the expulsion tribunal decision needs to be enforced. The cluster superintendent then reviews all of that documentation, the recommendation from the committee, the school level meeting, and then makes a recommendation to either uphold that school level recommendation or alter it, and the families would receive then a final notification of the results of that. So, if the board approves today, the following next steps will be in as part of the process. And a meeting will be arranged with bringing all the parties from School Climate, PLC at Home, the Alternative Center, all together to review the new process, the documentations, the procedures, to make sure that we're all on the same page on how to best support our students. We'll create digital copies of all of our forms to assist facilitation of the process. And we'll review any student candidates that may be eligible for this program that have already had expulsion in the 25-26 school year and contact those parents and students to review their eligibility and go over the program option. And then enroll students as they come through tribunal from the Alternative Center with the PLC at home enrollment option, if that is the will of the board. So at the end of the 25-26 school year, attendance, academic, behavioral data are going to be collected for any of our students that are involved in this program to evaluate the effectiveness of the program. And I'll come back to you during the summer to present that information so that you have an understanding of how the program has been implemented and is working.
All right.
So, in addition to this presentation, you've been provided with some copies of the documents that are going to be used as part of the implementation. And so at this time, I'm seeking approval to move forward with the PLC at home probationary placement.
Okay, Mr. Eubanks.
I enthusiastically move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Braswell?
So I have a couple of questions because y'all know this was major to me. I think that you all are doing an amazing job. Here's my concern, Mr. Allen, Dr. Cobb, and you. I don't want us to take this program and just start sending the kids back just because we don't want to be bothered with them. And I have to say it, at the alternative school, we have so many kids that has been expelled. Not saying that they didn't deserve to be expelled, but now you all have a new tool to just start kicking kids out of school. That needs to be game tight as to how they end up coming back to us. I'm gonna have a problem when they come back and kick it back. I'm telling y'all up front in front of everybody. If the child gets to alternative school, get into an argument with somebody, then he's right back sitting in front of us because you don't like him. It has to be game tight for them to be able to come back to us. Other than
It has to be what, Ms. Braswell? I'm sorry.
tight.
Are you saying gang? G-A-N-G or G-A-M-E?
A-M-E.
Okay, I got you.
For me, what that means is don't send the kids to those programs that you just don't like or you're mad at.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be a serious offense. When they go to alternative school, I know, that they're there and they get over there and they're going to do some things, but not everything warrants you to be expelled out of the alternative school. And I don't want us to get in the habit of using the expulsion because we don't want to be bothered with kids.
I don't think they do that though. I don't think they even
We're offering this
as an alternative to those who do get expelled.
Charlie, y'all are not listening to what I'm saying. Because it is an alternative, and excuse my passion, y'all, but because it is an alternative, I don't want us to be overly aggressive because it is an alternative.
It's the last alternative.
Listen to what I'm saying, Charlie. Dr. Cobb, what I'm trying to get across is I go to the alternative school, and I mess up. I didn't get into a fight or anything. I'm not well liked. And now we have a reason to send that kid back.
Got you.
That's what I'm talking about. We need to be game tight on who we're sending back to do this program.
Back to tribunal.
I will say that all of the
It is their
the
last
tribunal appeals that we've seen so far this year that involves expulsion was serious offenses. We haven't seen. I haven't, and I can say the ones that come across for us have either been they were fighting, weapons kind of a thing. I haven't seen he argued with the teacher kind of a thing, but I do understand what you're saying. I don't think. I don't know. I just don't think Ms. Scott runs that kind of operation.
I'm not calling any names.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying the staff and the teachers over there, they're committed to those students. And from what I've seen from us in the tribunal appeals that we've had this year from alternative school, like when we was sitting discussing this is it. This is the end of the line. And here you are, like, you got to go home because they gave that person several chances before they even wrote him up for expulsion. So I see what you're saying, but I don't see a habit of that.
And Ms. Braswell, I can help a little bit. Part of what happens now.
I had to say it because I'm
Right.
real funny
it's a
about
valid
what goes
point.
on.
It is.
Yeah.
It
What
definitely
goes?
is.
It had to be said
Ms.
because
Braswell,
I'm going to be watching.
Okay, Ms. Browse, it's a valid point. Hold us accountable. We're going to share those numbers with you.
Yes, absolutely.
The process, the child still has due process. It'll have to go before a
Thank you.
tribunal
That's
panel.
what I'm asking
Right.
for.
And so we take that very seriously. We will.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Absolutely.
there is one spot before it even gets from alternative school, when they recommend expulsion, I check those along with Ms. Snowberger. So before it is even a recommendation that hits tribunal, there's a level of consistency that we check before it even goes to tribunal. So there are many times where we'll say that's not worthy, go ahead and send it back, do something different as well. So that's a checkpoint before it even gets to them to have that option.
I want to be very clear. I 100% support this program.
Yes.
I want to hope that I was a force behind helping this happen because I'm just seeing what I don't like here. So I do support the program. When we started PLC, well, when y'all started, I could say we now. When y'all started PLC, you know, look where it's at now. It's in a great place, PLC. And this will be good, and I want it to go in a great place as well. I just don't want us to be putting kids out, to be putting them out.
I got you.
I think we all agree with
Yeah,
that.
I got you.
I
Ms.
totally understand
Valentine?
where you're coming from.
My question was just on the reintegration outcomes, because we know some students may do well
Yes.
once they're in this program, and to make sure we don't miss the closing the loop on reintegration.
Right. And so at the end, when they finish, prior to them, right before they finish their time at PLC at home probation through the MTSS process, if a student has done well in that environment and is continuing to make progress and chooses to enroll in PLC at home as part of the program and not a part of the alternative school side of it, they could be afforded that opportunity through that process.
To be a part at the table to have this conversation as well.
Yeah, so we met with juvenile court judges today, and also Dr. Glosser and I have spoken with child enrichment. And so what we're finding is, as also a checkpoint, any student that is trending at the alternative school for any behavior, there'll be a CHINS referral submitted at that point. We put that plan in place, or to child enrichment directly, depending upon what that need is. So we're developing that plan now for all of our students who may be at the alternative school and need any other support besides what's already there.
And many of our students who are at the alternative school come with the CHINS referral already in place.
And it's
Ms.
good
Dover?
if we push that to parents so they know what the CHINS process is and the direct contact person for that, which is still
Yep.
Amistad, right?
Correct. Part of what we're doing to any student and working with Dr. Scott and his team, when they enter, any student that enters the alternative school, on the front end, all of the options from mental health services, CHINS availability, child enrichment, all of those will be up front so a parent can have access to those supports before they even enter.
Okay, Ms. Stovall?
I just have a question for clarification. So will when you saying finish the program, is it based on their initial thing from alternative school or the expulsion? So let's just say that a student had the first semester of alternative school. They get there, something happens, they're now expelled. Is that expulsion for the first semester or for the rest of the school year because now they're expelled?
That's the tribunal panel's decision. So if a student is expelled for the remainder of the school year, when they go to PLC at home on this probation, it will be for the remainder of the school year. So it will default to the tribunal panel's recommendation.
Okay.
If I'm
Now I see what you're
if I'm correct, this program is it's trial phase. Okay, and I think we're going to have a lot of corrections as we move forward till we get some perfection. But we have to start off somewhere, and very, very well noted. I just don't want us to box it right now. Let's keep some doors open for some changes. May I get an approval?
Mr. Hannah, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have another.
Ms.
and
Stovall?
y'all have to finish. Y'all have to excuse me. I'm trying to wrap my mind around something.
Sure.
So at the end of, let's use Shonda.
Okay.
Shonda was at the alternative school from Laney. And the first tribunal, Shonda got in a fight at Laney. They said that I had to finish the 2025, last year of 2025 and the first semester of 2026. While at the alternative school in September, Shonda gets into a fight and they say Shonda is expelled for the rest of 2026. Shonda's in 9th grade. At the end of 2026, when I finished the PLC at home program, and I've passed all my classes, am I then promoted to the 10th grade?
If you've
Or-
earned the credits, you have to earn the credits.
Okay.
So it's a high school credit bearing program, and middle school. If we have some middle school cases, we'll take those on a case by case basis. But the students that are in PLC at home, even the current students, is a high school credit based program.
Gotcha.
So they would have to earn the credits to be in the next grade level.
Right. When I asked about the reentry, it was if they're in the 10th grade, they finish the PLC at home, just like our students that come from DJJ. Do they go back to the alternative school for a designated time, or do they go back to their home school?
That will be through the MTSS process as to what the placement will be for that student.
Correct. So it's a twofold question. If they're coming from DJJ, in some cases, most of the time they transition back to the alternative school. But when there's a disposition that comes from the tribunal that says Stovall ends at 26, they go back to their zone school. Their allotted disposition time is up. And so we would honor that, but we would use the MTSS process to make sure, because a kid may need a transitional process. So I have seen in some cases in other districts, a kid will finish, but they will need to reacclimate through the alternative school. So I think leaving the doors open through that MTSS process, if a parent chooses that, we need to be open for that. But that disposition would be the final marker when their time is up for exposure.
So when they get there, they'll have the option to say, hey, I like this program, I want to stay here.
Yes.
Or go back to
As long as they're successfully making progress in a PLC program, there would be no reason why they couldn't continue as a PLC at home student.
Okay. Ms. Braswell?
Okay, so the big elephant in the room. What happens when they're not doing what they're supposed to do, and their parents is not helping the process out either? What's going to happen then?
Can you go back to the dismissal process slide? Keep going. So this is the procedure that we have put in place for a student who is not meeting the expectation. So if, for instance, Aletha did not come to class, is failing all of her PLC at home classes, is not participating in completing assignments in a timely manner, initially they make the report to both the alternative school and the PLC at home administrators, and they have a school level review where we take a look. The parent comes to that meeting, the student comes to that meeting. We discuss where the student is, and a recommendation is made. Aletha's not meeting her end of the bargain, and two options. You can continue at PLC at home. Within this time, you have to show progress depending on what the violation is, or we remand back to the tribunal decision. So that comes to me as a cluster superintendent to look at all the evidence after the school level makes a recommendation. I will take that, look at all of the evidence, probably run it by school climate, and Mr. Allen will make a recommendation as to whether or not the child can continue in the program because they're not meeting expectations.
Okay. I have one comment. There are times when the tribunal panel will send a student to the alternative school for a period, 30 days, 60 days, in which it takes, by the time administration get everything together, they're going back. This is not for a vote, just something to consider, is that there has to be if you're going to this program, for the sake of administration and fairness, there has to be a block section, in my opinion. If, say for instance, they had 3 or 4 months left originally before they got to the point of being expelled, at minimum, we should work in semester blocks. I know you probably had 3, 4, 5 weeks, but now you've made this violation. We don't need to be, administration don't need to be going through the rigmarole to get you in this program for 3 weeks.
Yes, sir. So this program is not designed for those short-term scenarios. It is designed for a student who would intentionally be expelled for at least a semester or for that longer period
Right.
block, because PLC at home is on the quarter system, so we wouldn't be able to do it for a period of 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that kind of thing.
Okay, I just want to make sure that there's certain blocks that they will have to fit in, time frame, for administrative purposes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, may I get a,
So moved.
thank you.
Second.
Second, all right. It's been properly moved and second for the approval of the alternative school PLC at home placement. All those in favor, make it an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Snowberger. Thank you, Mr. Allen. You did say aye.
I mean, I agree.
Don't you start with me. Okay, thank you, Monique. Our third item, information only, transportation update. Mr. Curtis, how you doing?
Doing well.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Hannah,
Thank you,
President
sir.
Stovall, board members, Dr. Cobb. I'd like to give you all a quick update on our where we are with transportation currently. As Mr. Allen said earlier, this is School Bus Safety Week. This is a National School Bus Safety Week, so every school district honors this, and we are doing some things, primarily doing the bus evacuations of schools to kind of tie that in. We specifically, it takes longer than a week to do it, but we wanted to tie it into this week to be School Bus Safety Week. Next slide, please. Real quick, I want to let you know where we were last year as we ended up on the school year. Because one of our biggest problems that we have in transportation is attendance of our drivers. Last year, we had 73% of our drivers miss 6 or more days of work, and roughly 53% missed 11 or more days of work. When we have drivers out, it's very, very critical because then we have to double up, triple up, quadruple up routes. Things run behind. So far on the next slide, if you look where we stand this year, for the month of August, we basically were at 50 and 41 with the number of days that were missed. And with that, we're talking within 1 to 5 and then 6 or more. And for the month of September, we're basically trending at 48 and 48. So we've had 48% of the drivers missing between 1 to 5 days, and then, 1 to 5, and then we've had more miss, the same amount missed from 6 to 10. Last year, because we had the attendance problem, we let drivers be aware of this last year in our safety meetings, but we put this in effect this year. On the next slide, we have our attendance expectations. Basically, when we have problems with drivers on the first offense, we have a verbal warning. Second violation, we have a written warning. A third violation, we put this in their personnel file in the office. 4 or more, we start writing it up and sending it into HR because we're starting to see a problem. Some drivers also like to pick days to call in at the last minute before a long holiday break to extend the break. So with those drivers too, when we see a pattern, we're also asking for leave slips or no, doctor's slips, doctor's excuses, because we're having a problem trying to make sure that we have our routes covered. For instance, this past Friday, we had 7 special needs drivers out.
Jesus.
So this also leads into on-time arrivals. This is kind of our percentages for the end of the school year. This encompasses the entire school year based upon the data we used at that particular point in time on that sheet, which was 24-25. And then for the next slide, if you notice where we are currently, we have made some improvements with our on-time arrival. Our goal is to be 5% or better this year and making sure that we're meeting our on-time arrivals to the school. Because it's very, very critical we get our kids to school on time so they can meet all their educational expectations. So what we've been doing, and we started this last year and we're continuing it, we started first off, attendance and on time works hand in hand. You got to be there. If everybody's there, we can run on time. When we have drivers out, then we start running late. We started a bus driver of the month for each of our lead driver groups, which are like hubs unto themselves. And what we do is they've had no chargeable accidents for the year, and then we do for the driver of the year, for the month, and driver of the year for the year, no chargeable accidents. Perfect attendance for that month. We only use AM or PM routes. We do not count middays because if somebody has a doctor's appointment, we'd rather them do it midday than AM or PM because we can cover a midday a lot easier than we can an AM or PM route. So they're not penalized if they had a midday and they need to go to the doctor. No tardies for any work. They're on time. No issues with work performance, meaning we're having issues with them speeding, reckless driving, not doing their pre-trips, those types of things. And obviously said complete pre and post trips as required. There's a minimum of them do four a day. 2 a.m., an a.m. pre, a.m. post, p.m. pre, p.m. post. And they keep their bus clean. Nobody wants to ride on a dirty bus, right? So they do a good job of keeping their bus clean. Something else that we did, we took it a step further, and for the teams that got 95% better attendance, we as a senior staff, we cook them breakfast. We pick a day, we bring them in, let them have breakfast after they finish their morning tiers, and that has worked fairly well. Sadly, this year, we haven't had a team meet the 95%. So that's one of the problems that we had. Now, for Bus Driver of the Month, we give them a $25 gift certificate that they can go use somewhere. We'll also take their picture, we're putting on our website. So what has this done for our routing? It does create problems when we have drivers out for routing. So last year we saw we had a problem, so we've tried to implement a school bus driver registration. However, participation for registration was not very successful. Parents are supposed to go onto the Infinite campus and indicate whether they want to ride a bus. We gave y'all a briefing on that last year. We did use the ones that did no responses to remove those out of our routing system. So we did have to route students that did not ride the bus, which is inefficient. Basically the same things we have done in the past. One of the things we did this past September, or last month, is we had drivers do very detailed head counts with name counts with the stops. And we're going manually by each school, by each route, and taking the students out of the system that are not riding the bus, our routing system, okay? So hopefully we'll have this completed by the end of November. We've been working on our problem schools first, ones we've had some serious issues with, to get those aligned and then moving on to the next levels. We do intend to do another bus registration this spring. We truly hope we have some better results because we want to continue this every year. Because if everybody gets in the habit of doing it, it's going to be a lot easier to do the routing every year instead of what we're running into now. And we can become more efficient. Our students are underutilizing our fleet. However, our fleet is overutilized due to the number of schools, programs, and tiering and work that needs to be done on both. Now, school bus discipline. Bus discipline has been an issue for many years and seems to be worse this year. To be honest, I think with the exception of a few days, we've probably had a fight on a bus about every day so far this year. We've also had issues with some parents getting up on the bus, and I know our public safety department has intervened with at least 13 parents so far. However, we have created a bus discipline app, and we've been demoing this at several schools so far. The app is improving communications between the driver, the school, and back. In the past, drivers would write up a handwritten notice, give it to the school, and they may not know Johnny's been kicked off the bus because they never got their slip back. This way it's done with the tablets that the drivers utilize on the buses. They get an email back when they get it, if they referred it that morning. If the assistant principal took action on it during that day, they get action that afternoon. Or they also know that it's been being reviewed, those types of things. There's a dashboard they can see, also that we can see, the principal can see. We do hope to roll this out very soon to all the schools. This will be a win-win for us because, one, it takes care of all the paper, because everything's done electronically, and it's a faster response time. Onboard cameras. All of our school buses have onboard camera systems, but they do need an upgrade. Most of our systems, with the exception of one, use what's called an SD card for memory. SD cards vary in size, and some do not hold that much storage, especially when you have a bus that runs 7 or more hours per day. It takes a lot of data. SD cards also have a higher failure rate than a regular hard drive does. Hard drives, which we do have one in operation currently, can hold possibly 3 weeks to a month of data, depending on how long the route is. The 25 EV buses that we do have coming on board will have the actual hard drives. We'll talk about EVs in a minute. The plan is to upgrade our SPED buses with the newer systems first. Those buses also will have a larger hard drive because those buses normally run anywhere from 8 to possibly even 12 hours a day. So therefore, they do require more data. So we're going to look to do a larger hard drive on those buses than we do our regular ed buses. And then after we upgrade the SPED fleet, then we'll upgrade our regular ed fleet. The next slide, I just want to give you all a snapshot of basically our maintenance shop. This is data that this district has never had before, and this comparison. I know we've had what we spent for fuel, what we might have spent for parts, but we can also now go down to per bus what it's costing us to maintain that particular bus. It lets us identify what the cost per mile is. We do have an average. We do have some buses that are much higher than what our average is, but this gives us a snapshot. There's also more data that we're seeing that we need to input in this, but it gives us a roundabout what it costs us by month and for the year to operate our fleet and maintain it. One of the things you might think when you see the labor cost, yes, our technicians were paid a salary. But one thing that we did to figure out labor is we need the technicians that work in the shop, they have to support the shop by the work that they do. So when you figure in the labor, you're figuring out what their salary is, their uniforms, the electricity for the building, supplies. They're also supporting the foreman, the parts department, so on and so forth. So when you figure their labor rate, they're supporting the entire shop. So if we were a business, their rate is what helps keep the business alive. So it is kind of interesting. We do also have an older fleet. Most buses nowadays, when they're utilized correctly, can get around 7 to 9 miles per gallon, and we're averaging about 4.75. So anybody has questions on some of this, I just want to give you all a quick overview of that. A quick overview of EV buses. We have them all. They look pretty sitting in the parking lot. However, they were all delivered in February to March. We actually believe they got leapfrogged with the change of the presidential administration because we were told March, April, May timeframe. But I think everybody had EV buses leapfrog up in the front of the line. So we started getting our buses in the middle of February. We're waiting currently still on an electrical permit, but work is being completed. Work is being done out in the facility. The transformer is in place. Once that information is, or once that infrastructure is put in, then they can come in and do the EV chargers and install those. We're at a stalemate right now because we can't do training until the chargers are fully operational and move forward with training. Realistically, right now, we're probably looking at January, February to be able to use these buses. This is not the fault of us as a school district. It's not the fault of the bus manufacturer, the charging manufacturer, or the EPA. We're just a victim of circumstances.
No, we're not.
So, but once we get moving forward, we can get our, we can start using the EV buses. Sadly, we're going to lose a year warranty off these buses. So, our department goals for this year, again, we want to improve our attendance to 95%. We want to improve on-time performance for AM and PM by 5%. We want to improve our at-fault accident rate by 50% over the previous year, and also improve communications with transportation staff.
All
That's
right.
just a quick overview of transportation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kurtz. Ms. Boyd?
Mr. Kurtz, I'm not sure if you knew about this or not, but the bus rider registration, it wasn't really user friendly. We were at graduation, you had senior cabinet and board members trying to work together to register students. It was just that, so the setup does need to be looked at. That really affected you. So I don't want you to, it really may not have been people just not doing it. Most users aborted it. I can tell you that. So that's something we probably want to look at
Yes, ma'am.
before the
We have a
spring.
plan in place to
Yeah.
readdress it before we roll it out again.
Okay.
Mr. Lowry? Yes, sir. Mr. Kurtz. I'm going to use myself as an example. If I was a bus driver, and last year I got a raise, and Jason, take me back to what we doing here on about 5 or 6 slides back, the Senative. Bus driver of the month can get a gift certificate and can be the bus driver of the year. And I'm still not coming to work. I can get breakfast, and I'm still, it has to be something else. The reason why I ain't coming to work, you done gave me a raise. You feed me every morning. I get a chance to get a gift card for being the bus driver of the month and possibility the bus driver of the year, and we still not coming to work. It's very important that we get these 18,000 to school and home every day and on time. We have a bunch of senators here, and I'm still not coming to work, Ed Lowry. What's wrong with you? You have a job. We're cooking your breakfast. We're cooking your breakfast. You get a chance to get a gift card. I get a chance to be the bus driver of the month, picture taken with you. I get a chance to be a bus driver of the year, and I'm still not going to work. I'm not understanding that.
Well, to be honest, we don't really understand that either. I'm old school. You have a job, come to work, okay?
Yeah, I want to address that. I do think we do know what the problem is, and I'll be very transparent, and I will own the fact we have to do a better job of retaining our staff. How we treat and speak to people is the most important asset that we have in the district. If I don't do a better job of conveying that across the people that I support, I have failed. We, not just in transportation, but operations across the board, that is the primary goal that I have for myself and the district. So if a bus driver chooses not to come to work, it cannot be that we did not speak and treat them appropriately. That is what I think our team will address and focus on moving forward.
And I appreciate that, but I wanted the director to tell us that. You're not there every day. The director is. But these 10 members here are the ones who get the calls why they are not going to work. As you stated, sir, respect and treat me right. And they deserve that. Our bus drivers deserve that. But the phone calls that we receive daily not matching what is given before us.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Ms. Valentine, then,
Yes.
yeah, you next.
Sometimes the information that is given to parents when there's late arrival, just like we know with the Amazon thing, starting really early, Stop Finder was not working. I think it goes back to speaking to parents. You never know who's calling. Speaking to parents respectfully and actually being truthful and saying, look, the app is out, but to get to different information or no information or not understanding the missed bus protocol or not being notified that the bus is on the side of the road and Richmond County security has that bus because a fight has occurred, no parent should find that out after the fact. No parent should know whether or not it's their child's fault or not if they don't get picked up from the school, or what the protocol is if there's a group of students just hanging out because maybe a bus has a driver that didn't know the route and they're just there. So those are things that were concerns for me. but also making sure that we have an updated parent and student guide on your page. That parent and student guide is very, very old.
Yes, ma'am.
As well as the Georgia Department of Education link for the bus driver information for parents. It's non-existent. It doesn't exist anymore, so we might need to update that.
Right. The parent-student guide, I actually have within my department sent out last week. So I did some revisions to it.
Okay.
To update the language, update protocols, those types of things. So for us to finish to look at before we get it put back on our website. Or updated on our website.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen, thank you. Thank you for saying what you said. You're probably going to have a few extra bus drivers that come to work tomorrow because they're recognizing now that you're listening. Okay? What you said was just spot on. Now, I'm going to say this for the record. Everybody know Mr. Laurie don't say a lot. And when Mr. Laurie opened his mouth the way that he opened his mouth, y'all need to take a look at what's going on. Okay? We have to treat them better. Some of the complaints that I get, Mr. Kirk, is when there's fights on the bus, and I agree, just my opinion. When there's fights on the bus, we turn it over to the principals and let the principals make the decision as to how long, when the kids are able to be on and off the bus. And that's a problem for them because they're there in the midst of the whole thing. And after you see a kid turn your bus upside down and they're back on the bus in 2 days, that's a problem for your drivers. That's enough for them not to want to come to work. Okay? When we have these disruly children, when we have these kids that are coming on the bus, I wholeheartedly feel, Mr. Allen, Dr. Cobb, that when the kids get on the bus smelling like reefer and alcohol, the bus driver should have the right to turn them around. I don't know how y'all gonna make that happen, but we're putting entirely too much pressure on those bus drivers for the couple of dollars that we're giving them. Now, I'm your bus driver, and as one of your people say, Ray is on the bus every day, and Ray get on that bus and done cuss me out, done cuss this one out, done cuss that one out, and Ray back on the bus tomorrow. Because we have allowed the principals to say, he'll be okay. Ray need to go find a way to get to school. We're not respecting the bus drivers enough, and y'all got to find a way to make that change.
I will second Ms. Braswell.
Ms. Abbott?
I'm not gonna sit here and beat a dead horse, Mr. Kurtz. You have a difficult job. I wouldn't want your job. So more power to you on that one. But, I've told you a couple of things before what I might do if I was in your position. As far as the principals, the question that I have for you, as far as the principals being allowed the opportunity to discipline the child with the bus, the issue that I was actually brought last week from a principal is because the parent requests video from the bus, and it may take 2-3 weeks to get the video from you guys, the principal is not allowed to complete their process and disciplinary action. So if we do update all of these camera systems on the bus from SD to hard drives, how quickly will the turnaround be if a driver reports an issue? How quickly can the video and the information be provided to the principal utilizing a hard drive situation versus an SD card? Because the SD card, you hit eject and you can pull it out, and I can stick it in my computer right now. My laptop has a SD card, and we can buy SD cards and swap them out every day. So how can we get the information to the principals so that they can make a decision so that they can support you all?
One, if we had one that was 3 weeks old, that's an anomaly, okay? Because we do work on those as quickly as we get them. Now, some people had sent some video request through the incorrect channel, because there's a form, they have to log into our website. There's a form they go to request it, and it goes to 2 specific people, and we're also CC'd in it. If something is urgent, we have what's called live feed. To where, if you're driving the bus and I'm in the back and I'm creating a problem or what have you, and I start hitting on Mr. Smith and I got a fight, you can radio in, I got a fight, and there's several people that can look live feed. Now, if all of them try to do it at one time, it creates a problem. But you can look at live feed and find out what's going on, notify public safety, and say, hey, gentleman wearing a burgundy jacket is hitting on the gentleman wearing a blue jacket. So they already got a description. We can also start downloading that video at that time, and in most situations, like we did Friday at Bel Air Middle, by the time I got to the scene, the principal already had a copy of the video. So if that occurred, I truly do apologize, but we do work faster than that to get video when we have issues. When drivers report that they have a fight, we have our safety team, and that's what they do. They pull videos, they review it, so on and so forth. The SD cards, I thought the same thing when I started here. Why are we paying this kind of money for SD cards? We can go down to Walmart or Office Depot and buy them. Well, they're proprietary and have certain coding on it or certain software on it to make it work in that particular system. So we just can't go buy SD cards. Now, retrospect, we can download it and then put it on one, but we don't need to do that. We can share it. So.
But if we do switch to a hard drive situation,
Put it in your mic.
you do have the ability to look at it
Miss
live
Abbott.
and can download.
Put it in your mic.
If we do switch over to, I just don't want to, spend money. We're looking at Centegic, something obsolete. It seems to me we need a better way to track our buses, because Stop Finder doesn't work. Point, period, blank. We're done with that. We need to track them better. We need to be able to access video quicker and get it in the hands of the appropriate people quicker. We need to support our bus drivers. No one gets hired to be berated or be put in an unsafe situation. And that's not your fault. When a parent tries to board a bus, I'm not laying that at your feet. But we do need to make sure that all of our employees, from top to the bottom, has a sense of safety and respect.
Well, one of the things I've done ever since I've been here, and I've told this in every meeting, because drivers complain about schools don't take action. And I've told them that if school is not, you feel they're not taking the appropriate action, you've written a child up several times, please let us know so we can intervene with the school.
Is that happening?
No, ma'am.
Do they
We
know?
have it on occasion, and generally something occurs, they wrote them up one time before, and then they have another one that snowballs. Now, Mr. Allen addressed it in the last administrators meeting about, the principals reviewing what they're doing, especially for some of these more serious offenses that are occurring on the bus.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can we, yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Mr. Eubanks?
One indication of respect for a bus driver is to believe what they say happened on the bus.
That's right.
And not everything is on video.
That's right.
It used to be nothing was on video. Believe the man when he saw the little woman when she says what happened on the bus. Yeah. In the story.
Yes.
Keep it simple, Mr. Eubanks.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Kurtz, for the staff that does show up, for the staff, for the work that y'all do, even being short staffed, even with being cursed out and having to deal with that. Thank you. Thank you. We and it's ironic that we're having this conversation after recognizing you for your successes, but it doesn't go unnoticed that y'all have a hard job, and probably one of the hardest jobs in the school system outside of our teachers, because you have hands-on, your drivers have hands-on with these students first thing in the morning, last thing in the day. And it is very much appreciated for all the work that your staff is doing. We all recognize that things have to tighten up. There has to be some changes, and maybe it will calls us to bring parents, students, us, and you guys to the table to have that conversation to find solutions. I hope you didn't feel like we beat up on you too much, but we get, I just have to tell you, we get lambasted every day. Every day, people initially, and people sometimes feel like we're giving them the runaround because we say, hey, did you reach out to transportation? Did you call this person? And they're just like, nobody's answering, nobody's doing this, and we call you. So we understand the hard work that you guys are doing, and I just want to tell you thank you for the continued commitment to that and for finding ways to make it better.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mentioned before, it's going to get worse before it gets better, and I think we're in the worst part before it gets better. But also, we're too trying to hold our drivers more accountable. And some people have been doing, I want to say the incorrect way, or they've gotten used to doing it this way, which wasn't really the way it's supposed to be done. And we're holding them more accountable and trying to bring them back the way it needs to be done. And they don't like it. So then they get upset. I know they email Dr. Cobb, Mr. Allen, y'all call, and so on and so forth. And that's a small percentage because we got a lot of great people.
Well, that's
They
a
do
whole nother
wonderful job.
conversation because.
All right, hold on for a second.
That's a whole nother conversation because I have my opinions about that CDL license.
I'm going to accept our last compliment from Mr. Lowry, and then we can move forward. Mr. Lowry?
Ms. Kurt, you know, we appreciate all y'all do. But when I see you in Kroger, I share some of the emails and texts that we receive. Everywhere I go, I always say, we are the world. We are the children's.
No, you
we
don't.
are the ones that make a better day. Just you and me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurtz. You're dismissed now, sir. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Fletcher, you still with us?
3 times a charm, Mr. Hannah.
Approval of revised policy JGCD medication. Ms. Fletcher, please take the mic.
Mr. Hannah, board members, thank you. In August, we brought before you policy JGCD regarding medication. It needed to be updated to include medications such as glucagon, student seizure action plans, albuterol, and then the more recent Wesley's Law. The policy's been available to the public for over 30 days, and there were no public comments received during that time. So we come to you tonight to seek final approval of the changes to policy JGCD.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded for revised policy JGCD. All those in favor, make it an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that carries. Ms. Fletcher, please move
Thank you
forward.
very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hannah. Board members, up next is policy JRB, which is Parents' Bill of Rights. And we brought you this revision on August 19th, 2025. The changes were due to, you guessed it, House Bill 268, which required some new procedures regarding a parent's right to review their child's records. Also, we included some changes in light of the Supreme Court case of Mahmoud v. Taylor, which involves a parent's right to opt out of instructional materials and supplementary materials that are in contravention to their religious beliefs. So this policy also has been made available to the public for 30 days, and no comments were received during that time. So we come to you tonight to seek final approval of the changes to JRB, the Parents' Bill of Rights.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, seeing that there's no comments, it has been properly moved and second for the approval of the revised policy JRB, Parents' Bill of Rights. All those in favor, make it an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that carries, Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
much, ma'am. All right, and that concludes student services.
Yes, 5 minutes.
Are we still in committee meeting?
Go to bathroom 5. Okay, that. Who? Oh, okay. So that is the end of our committee meeting. Great God. We will take 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. I gotta 5 minutes, and we will be right back. Probably 3. Give me 3. 5. You 5. Okay, 5 minutes. It's 8:07. We'll be back 8:12.